Call her Dan, make sure you get Kim fired up in the car.
Ready? Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Community Development and Housing Grant Commission meeting March 13th, 2023 at 8:31. Could I get a roll call, please?
Bergen.
Here.
Adamson.
Here.
Draftcorn.
Here.
Grammer.
Here.
Hausman.
Here.
Duarte. Levin. Moore. Mogu. Hang on a second, I have to scroll down. Smith.
Here.
Van Meren.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Wonderful. Okay, next we have minutes for approval for the Community Development and Housing Grant Commission February 15th, 2023 meeting. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes as
I'll
presented?
move to approve the minutes.
Motion
I'll
by
second.
Smith and Draftcorn. Are there any amendments or revisions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Public comment. Do we have any public comments?
No, I did not.
Okay. And now we're on old business. Seeing none, we'll move on to new business. Item number 5.
Do you want to say a few things before we start the hearing?
I think so, yeah, I think so.
Constance.
Just want to point out to everybody that it's the same process as we did last month with the CDBG CV funds. With the exception this time you have home and CDBG within the next day and a half. So same process as usual. We'll give you that sheet that you can identify what you feel the funding level should be. Brandon will do the averages for those, and then it'll kind of be the icebreaker to have the conversation about the funding levels if recommended. I will say also we have the amounts in that resolution, but we did receive lower amount of CDBG funding this year, so it's going to make it just a little bit tougher. We anticipated like 1.4 million, it's like 1.35. So just want to make sure I point that out as well. We do have some SWEP funds from both home and CDBG that we can allocate as well. That's all I have.
Wonderful. And we will open up the hearings. First, we have Habitat for Humanity, Northern Fox Valley.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Have a seat and introduce
Yeah.
yourselves. Tony will be keeping time for us. We've got 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes.
Yeah,
for the
you're really
questions.
holding us.
Okay.
He is.
Thank you so much for inviting us today. We're so excited about presenting our proposal, and we appreciate the time. My name is Susan Fritz. I'm the Director of Development for Habitat for Humanity of Northern Fox Valley. And at this time, I'd like to introduce our Community Partnerships Manager, and her name is Alexandra Cerda.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, so to begin, I will dive in. We can keep the slide up for a moment.
Thank you.
I have the clicker. I have control. Perfect. Okay. So Habitat for Humanity is an international nonprofit organization whose mission is to bring people together to build homes, communities, and hope. And the vision is of a world where everyone has a decent place to live. At Habitat for Humanity of Northern Fox Valley, we are one of 8 Chicagoland affiliates who carry out the mission locally. So Habitat NFV was founded in 1990, and since its inception, our affiliate has built 162 affordable homes in our service area, which is pictured here. We've worked alongside thousands of volunteers, churches, and companies over the past 33 years. As shown, our service area is not restricted to any one county, but rather encompasses parts of McHenry, Kane, and Cook counties. Habitat services provided in McHenry County are divided across 2 affiliates. Our affiliate provides access to Habitat services in McHenry County, south of Route 146 and east of Route 47, so the southeast part of the county, while Habitat for Humanity in McHenry County holds areas to the north and west. This proposal pertains to the portion of McHenry County that only Habitat NFE serves. The limited stock of affordable owner-occupied single-family housing in McHenry County is an immediate issue for which Habitat NFE homeownership program immediately aligns. As outlined in the Habitat NFE strategic plan, set 15 years ago, our affiliate seeks to prioritize the expansion of our program reach into every community in our service area, specifically in McHenry County. In 2016, Habitat NFE, I'm going to move into the next slide. In 2016, Habitat NFE acquired the land for a 9-home development on McHenry Avenue in Crystal Lake and began construction in 2017. Pictured here is the affordable 9-home community for which our affiliate has been building in the county over the past 5 years. 8 of these homes have been assigned and sold to low-income Crystal Lake families as participants in our program, with the final home on track to be sold over the next 2 months. Our proposal is for a 5-home community we aim to build on Ellison Drive as a continuation of this 9-home development. This funding request is for 3 of the 5 new homes. So program applicants undergo an extensive application process that involves submitting required financial documentation, synonymous with a traditional mortgage lending requirement. To qualify, participants must first demonstrate a financial need, specifically families within the 40 to 80% AMI threshold. Second, they must demonstrate a capacity to carry a mortgage based on income and debt to income ratio. And third, they must demonstrate a willingness to participate with Habitat in our program provisions. In our program, Habitat NFE is both the builder and the lender of the home, and in 2018, we became the only affiliate in the state of Illinois that holds the accreditation as a certified mortgage lender. Pictured here are the stages of the program in order from beginning to end, so from pre-approval to the construction of the home to closing. We offer participants a 0% 30-year mortgage and ensure monthly mortgage payments are less than 30% of the applicant's monthly income. Both features combine to ensure long-term affordability. And for reference, our average home sale price in 2022 was $242,000. In the transition from builder to lender, the Habitat home is sold at fair market value to program participants. 100% of mortgage payments are then recycled back into the program, which has resulted in long-term sustainability, resulting in the continuous acceleration of our program impact. The sustainability of our home ownership program has led to our affiliate ranking as the #1 affiliate in the state of Illinois in most families served, where we build and sell 10 affordable homes annually on average. As an organization, it's our long-term priority to ensure we're offering our programs and affordable home ownership opportunities to McHenry County residents.
Okay, I'd like to speak to our funding request and our project budget. Our request for home funds is $90,000, and we feel that would be needed to help fund the anticipated revenue gap. The project budget is for the 3 homes on Ellison Drive, and the amount of that is $530,250. That includes all construction costs from land acquisition to landscaping. Our anticipated sources of revenue for this project include our federal and state grant funding, of which we're applying for now, our foundation and corporate grants, which we have wonderful support in the amount of $125,000. We have private donors that we feel will come in at $175,000. Our restores produce much needed general operating income, and we would apply $75,000 to this project. And our mortgage revenue, which is what Alexandra was referring to when we recycle the mortgage payments back into new homes in the amount of $65,250. We feel that our project is in full alignment with the McHenry County Consolidated Plan. The Consolidated Plan cited that housing cost burden is the most significant housing problem. Developing new affordable housing opportunities remains a critical factor. The plan states the housing needs of low-income individuals and families with children are high due to a combination of housing costs, a lack of well-paying local jobs, and the lack of transportation. For low-income families, homeownership is consistently unattainable due to lack of or low stock of affordable housing options, high interest rates, and lack of down payment monies. Our proposal is directly responding to these priority issues in southeast McHenry County. We aim to build 3 affordable single-family owner-occupied homes in Crystal Lake, close to workplaces, businesses, schools, grocery stores, shopping centers, and with access to public transportation. Our proposal immediately addresses the lack of affordable housing stock in some of the most densely populated communities in the county. We have a heat map in the next slide that shows the area where it's most densely populated is that area of Crystal Lake where these homes are being built. In closing, I would like to say that Habitat for Humanity of Northern Fox Valley is committed to McHenry County. 15 years ago, our board developed a strategy plan to include broadening our reach throughout our service region to include our northern, southeast McHenry County. We have been building in McHenry County for over 10 years. Today, we have 3 board members who live in Crystal Lake, including our board president. Our board is leading our affiliate to continue to expand our reach and build affordable homes. This isn't just about building 14 homes in southeast McHenry County. It is about continuing to reinvest those dollars right back into the community. 100% of our mortgage payments are recycled to build more homes. This is a sustainable model. We are accelerating our impact in southeast McHenry County. Our families who otherwise may not own their own home now experience financial stability, increase their worth, their net worth, have extra money to invest in their children's education, and are becoming a part of this community. We are the #1 affiliate because of our proven results. Everyone deserves a home. Okay, so we'll take questions.
I got not so much a question, but could you go back over how much, you said some money was coming from the foundation and private donors, and I didn't get that.
Oh, yes, I did. 175,000 from individual donors and 125,000 from foundation and corporate grants.
Okay, was there anything else?
75,000 from our restore funds.
Although that was on the sheet. No?
Yeah, and 65,000 in mortgage revenue.
Okay. Thanks.
Mhm.
Any other questions?
Did you say you were holding the mortgages?
We are.
You are. So you're not going through a bank anymore.
No, our affiliate, no, we carry the mortgage.
You do.
Yep. Each affiliate kind of works different from a program perspective. We're all independent from each other, so our program varies based on affiliate. So at Northern Fox Valley, we carry our mortgage.
Can I ask you, Robert, what do you think? I mean, you're a banker.
Yeah.
Is that make sense?
It does.
It does? Okay.
Yeah, what makes our home so affordable is that 0% interest.
And we're able to ensure that the family is going to, we can guarantee that they're receiving that 0% 30-year mortgage because we're carrying the mortgage.
So I do have a question on that. What's your historical default rate, basically? On
It is it's very, very low.
Very low.
We ensure affordability. So when they go through the process of being approved for one of our Habitat homes, we make sure that not more than 30% of their income is being expensed for a mortgage. So because of the affordability, we've had just very few defaults.
Does that 30% include taxes,
Yes.
insurance?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in and presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time today.
Habitat for Humanity in McHenry County.
Good morning. So I'm Jerry Monica. I'm President and CEO of Habitat McHenry County. I come to make these presentations and these requests because I take it very seriously. So I want you to know that how important this is to us, that you know, from top to bottom at our affiliate, we recognize the importance of the partnership that we've developed with y'all over a 12-year period since I've been here. Oops,
Sorry.
who did that? So I'll just get right into our funding request. We were looking for $350,000 combination of the Choto set-aside and general allocation for a project we're developing in Harvard. We have 3 properties up there that we own, and we are in the process of acquiring a 4th property based on a grant that you guys gave us a couple weeks ago for CDBG CV. So that 4th property to the left is ours as well, as soon as we can get that closed. We're also talking to the owner of lot number 27, which is a little hard to kind of make out, but it's under the A of Harvard. It's right next to the single one on the bottom that we have. So potentially we could have 5 projects in that area. For this grant, we're looking for the $350,000 though for the 3 houses that we already, or the 3 lots that we already own. We would potentially add in that 4th lot. We will be adding that one in. We're estimating our total project cost at around $675,000 based on our recent history and how the cost of goods have gone up quite a bit over the last couple of years. We're also adding in, as part of our request, some down payment assistance for the homeowner when we close. So the question is, why fund this request? You know, you just heard from another Habitat affiliate. It's, you know, we do a lot of things the same way that they do, and we do some things differently. The biggest one is that we work exclusively in McHenry County. We serve all of McHenry County. We're not really too concerned of where those people come from. When they come to us for help, we help them. So we are very McHenry County centric. 20 of my 22 staff members live here. I'm a 30-year resident of McHenry County. We live here, we spend here, we pay our taxes here. We know this county. We've been your sole resident community housing development organization at Choto since 2012. And as part of that, low-income residents make up 30% of our board. So the voice of the people that we're serving is part of what drives our organization. I think that's important. We aren't an out-of-county property manager or developer taking program revenues out of McHenry County. Everything we do, again, is right here. We use local contractors as much as we can. Your investment of home funds builds houses here for the residents here that need our help, our hand up, not a handout. Using a little different, here's where we have a little divergence from Northern Fox. We have a more progressive, we think, mortgage model where we do use third-party banks. We send the homeowners to banks to get money. We still guarantee affordability. Their payment won't exceed 30% of their monthly income, including taxes and insurance. But the difference is that we essentially become a seller of the property at close. We don't finance and we don't hold the mortgages. It became evident to us a few years ago that we don't close enough mortgages per year to justify having someone on staff that's their only job. The other thing is that now, instead of collecting maybe $300 a month over a 30-year period to get the money back, we get it all back at close. So, and then it's ready to go right back out into the market. So it's really spiked our production. I think when I joined Habitat McHenry, we were building 1 house or maybe 2 houses every 3 years, and we hit a high water mark of 17 houses in 2017. So we get a benefit. There's a benefit for every house we build. There's no penalty. It's hard to lay out $200,000 of construction cost to see $3,000 come back in the first year when it's spread over a 30-year period. So it's hard to be sustainable. It's hard to ever build more than 4 or 5 houses until you're managing a huge mortgage portfolio, which we've just chosen not to do. So we work good at it. There's plenty of people in the banking industry that write mortgages as a profession, so we lean on those people instead of trying to do it ourselves. So through 2021, this is something else I'm very proud of. Every dollar that was invested in Habitat McHenry was invested back into McHenry County by Habitat at a rate of about $1.73 for every dollar that comes in. And that's a combination of wages that we pay and the materials that are being purchased and the contractors that we hire to do the building for us. So I talked about our mortgage model, and in the case of what we're proposing in Harvard, this is what it might look like.
Sorry about that.
If you just divide the grant that we're going for by 3, it's $116,000 per project. We'll leverage in $60,000 roughly and get a build cost of about $175,000, which is about where we think those will appraise at around $175,000. So the homeowners that we target can get that full thing as a first mortgage at $175,000. Somebody at 45% AMI, that represents only 13% of their gross monthly income. So if you add in taxes, which just about doubles around here, you're still at less than 30%. You're at 25% for this payment. If you contrast that with what the fair market rate is for rental in the county for 2023, in Woodstock, it's $1,790 per month, which is about 50% for this person that's at 45% AMI. So the other thing that allows us to do is really serve the lower ends of the AMI scale. We say we serve between 30 and 50%. Well, now we've gone to 30 to 80%, but it's important to us that the people at 30% get just as much support. They tend to need it a lot more than the people at 80%. So at 30%, it's hard for us to do this. So we write second mortgages ourselves and we do hold those. Those aren't ones that people pay on, but again, we concentrate on making sure that somebody's there and they're not paying more than 30%. As far as our growth and our financial strength, I inherited a $750,000 mortgage or budget, and we've grown that into just over $3 million this year. We were producing 1 house a year and not doing any repairs. This year we have 8 houses that we're pretty confident that we'll be able to complete, and as well as doing at least 25 repairs. So it used to be that we were rated on how many houses we're building, but now it's how many families are you actually helping. So the repair piece is a big component to what we do in serving the people in this county. So based on some studies that I've done over the 10 years that I've been here, of the people who are qualified for our services, so again, the 30 to 50% is the numbers that I worked on. We have impacted 1 out of every 170 people who are able to qualify. So we still have a long way to go, but that's significant. We're starting to make some headway. So, and a lot of that is based on the partnerships that we've been able to form in this county. I mean, I know we come every year and we start from scratch every year, but we've over the years have made a lot of great partnerships here. I mean, I've known Faith since I've been here for 12 years, and Sue, I was on the Housing Commission when we first got started here, and first met you. So, but we have great relationships and partnerships with a lot of the other nonprofits right here operating in the county. With Home of the Sparrow, I see they're here. I know they're going to ask for money too, and Consumer Credit Counseling Services. We really work, and those partnerships are important, and it's really helped our success. So over the past 5 years, we're the second largest producers of homes in Chicagoland. And again, I'm extremely proud of that because we are by far the smallest of the 8 affiliates that serve the Chicagoland area. And we're outbuilding all of them except for one. In that same time period, we're number 4 in the state and number 8 in North America for affiliates our size. So we are very mission focused. I think that's important, and I want you all to know that. So, I also have a letter of support that we got from the city of Harvard. Just
We're
take
at
one and
time.
pass it.
If you want, I can pass it around for you.
Ready for any kind of questions? Yeah, I'm not going to read that.
Jerry, do you have any veterans that come in for assistance for you?
Yes, we do. We, that's a difficult group to sort of get in with. They're used to being the ones that serve, not the ones that ask for help and want to be served. But we do have several initiatives that are absolutely tailored to veterans. We have 2 pots of money that we use to do veteran repairs.
Oh.
So we have, I think, I don't know what Mr. Kapala was. He's our last veteran that we put into a house, but we actively seek veteran homeowners as well. So I have a lot of vets on my staff as well. I mean, it's something that we're committed to doing, is supporting that.
I got a question here. On one of the attachments, you have your projects listed. It says like Prairie Street in Marengo, 3rd quarter 2022 completion date. So is that completed then?
It is completed.
Okay.
Yeah, that Prospect project was funded by you guys last year or the year before, and all 3 of those are finished now. One is sold, the other one's being sold tomorrow, and that 3rd one will be sold probably either later this month or very early next month, but the projects themselves are complete.
Okay. It's just that at the top it talked about 5 projects completing in 2023, and then I had this list and they're saying 2022, so I was a little bit confused.
Well, I mean, it's the way our accountant makes us count for it. If we don't sell them in that year, we don't get to count them in that year. So we take all of our costs and the sales in the year that they happened. So
Okay.
I don't like to look at it that way either. I mean, if the money's spent, it's spent. You know?
Gotcha. Okay.
Any other questions? Great, we're running a bit ahead of schedule, so I'll let you
I'm going to keep you.
continue on.
I'm going to keep
Yep.
you ahead of schedule.
Thank you.
So we'll move right into the request for CDBG. For this year, we're requesting $15,000 to do another property acquisition, vacant parcel of land. We have 2 of our projects that we're talking about for this year are in northern McHenry and unincorporated McHenry. There's some vacant land up there that we're trying to acquire. And the reason we're doing this, i.e. similar to the way that we did it in Harvard, is because there's a lot of economy of scale that we can operate under if we can schedule work and have things right next to each other, especially in terms of contractors. And it gives us a lot of extra clout with those contractors to be able to say, we're going to keep you busy for 6 straight weeks. You know, you're going to go here and then you're going to go right next door and do the same thing. You're going to go up the street and do the same thing. Instead of saying, okay, you're going to go to Harvard for 2 weeks, and then you got to go down to Huntley for a week, and then you got to go up to McHenry, and it's harder for us to attract larger groups of bidders for one thing, and then the prices tend to be higher. So this strategy was one that we started in Woodstock 2 years ago, and we carried that forward to the Prospect project that Larry was just talking about, and we think, and I don't have all the final numbers yet, but I think we saved around $25,000 per project in that. So for a 3-project build, that was $75,000, and that's significant. You know, that's 3/4 of the next property just in money that we saved. So the other thing we like is that you know, we get some donation properties. We have a number of donation properties, but we have no control over those, so we don't know where they're going to be. We don't know what they look like until we do our due diligence. And, you know, when I was younger in this job, I tended to take everything and anything that someone would want to give us. And I've sort of come to learn that there's a reason why people are giving you free lots. A lot of them are underwater, and a lot of them don't have roads, and a lot of them don't have sewers, and so we've been forced to be a little more particular, but using this strategy allows us to sort of target the areas that we can make the most impact in. So, of course, in our request, it says that the address is to be determined. So obviously, we would work with community development before we entered into any kind of contract to make sure that that is a property that they feel is, you know, that would qualify for funding. The lot will be part of a larger future build, either later this year or into maybe 2024. But the result of this small investment will be an additional unit of affordable housing at some point here. So that's our mission, is to build homes and increase the inventory of affordable houses in this county, and these are the ways we're doing it.
Jared, you look for homes that are serviced by city water and sewer mostly, or do you do well in septic, or?
We do well in septic, but we prefer city water and sewer. It's a lot cheaper for us to do that, and it's a lot easier for our partner families to maintain. I mean, sometimes if you're not used to living on a septic tank, it can be problematic.
I'm just curious.
We've done our share of cleanouts. So we do like that. The area that we're working on Hillside in McHenry is unincorporated, though. So those are going to be well in septic. And those are more expensive, too. That, in general, will cost us around $25,000 more.
Easily.
We have a partner, though, that has donated one well and septic design installation per year for the last couple of years. So we'll get one of those done for free. So again, why fund this request? It's a small project or a small investment that's going to result in a larger build for us. Acquisitions like this allow us to work more quickly and more efficiently and more inexpensively. Our contractors scheduling the builds, and the contractors especially, again, become less complex. It's more efficient for us, like I just said, to have a guy working for us for 2 months instead of trying to schedule him in, and then he's gone for a couple of weeks doing something else, and then he's coming back. So it's in the past has really stretched out our schedules having to do that. So and again, the last real positive that we're seeing now is that we're attracting a larger number of bidders for our work. They're more interested in doing it, and the ones that we have been working with over the years have become more aggressive when they see people that they're used to bidding against now showing up at the bid meetings. It causes them to sharpen the pencil a little bit. So that's a request on that one.
Any questions?
Yeah, so this is in unincorporated McHenry County, this lot?
The lot we're looking at is
Is there-
unincorporated.
So there other lots right around it that would be part of the project hopefully down in the future, is it?
Yes, there's 2 there that we already own that are going to be built this year. There's some additional vacant land up there, some lots that are for sale. Right now, they're a little more expensive than what we want to pay, but we're working with those people. And there's plenty of other lots that would potentially be the start of the next development in the McHenry area that we're looking at. So, we're still trying to participate in doing rehabs in the long run. That's cheaper to buy a house out of foreclosure and fix it up and put somebody in it that way. It's a lot quicker for us too, but that market is the one that we participate in anyway for the 3-bedroom ranches is really super hot. We're not seeing anything. So, we're back to digging holes and building, and it's a little more expensive for us, but
That's amazing. That's good.
Jerry, $15,000 lot purchase, how big are these lots?
they're standard size, quarter acre.
Quarter acre?
Yeah. so.
So, if I may, quarter acre and they're well and septic.
That particular one's in the county part of McHenry are, yes,
You said unincorporated, this McHenry.
yes,
You can get a well and septic on a quarter acre, get it to pass in that area.
yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you so much, Jerry,
Thanks.
for coming in.
I appreciate the time, thank you.
Okay, next we have Home & Sparrow.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I feel like I'm on an episode of Shark Tank.
You really are.
So I'm Debbie DeGraw, Vice President of Marketing Development for Home of the Sparrow.
I'm Kristen Miller, I'm the grants manager.
I think you've seen us
Yes.
just a couple times. So today, well, our first request is to request our swept back funds from a project that we did with the last round of funding that we got to replace the shelter roof and also put an air purification in at the shelter. As you know, we're celebrating 36 years this year, so we've been around the county for a very long time, pretty well-established organization. As you can see what our mission is, I think you all know. We provide hope, opportunity, and support for homeless women and children. Currently, we have 25 scattered site properties throughout McHenry County. We serve households at or below 50% AMI. We allow our clients to pay reasonable rents while receiving case management, which is critical. Currently, our affordable housing program has 62 individuals in there. However, it has a capacity currently at 75, depending on family composition. Okay, this was the project that we had done at the shelter, or this is what our request is. Today, we are requesting $23,500 in swept back funds from our project that we completed under budget. How did we do that? That's a great question. Actually, we did a lot of different bidding projects with this. So we had a lot of bids that came in, worked with a roofer that came in under budget. And then also I knew someone in the HVAC area who actually, long story, but anyway, were able to get the air purification system at a relatively low cost, which saved the project this amount of money. We're pretty good at twisting arms when we need to save funds. So this is the amount of money that's left over. We have a roof that needs replacement on Garinger Road, one of our housing units. It's a 3-bedroom, or actually 2-bedroom unit, capacity of 3 with no closet. And a family's there, and it does have some leaks, and if you want to go to the next slide, kind of what it looks like now, it does have some hail damage and other damage. We've kind of repaired some things, but it's definitely expended the life, and it needs replacement. This meets the consolidated plan goals to foster and maintain decent and affordable housing stock and establish and maintain effective supportive service structure. All of our units are safe and in excellent condition. That's one of the things that as a provider of services of housing to homeless women and children and to others, actually we have men in our units too, believe it or not, that we don't want anybody to live in squalor. We take pride in our units. And we don't want anybody to feel less than anyone else. And by maintaining our projects and our housing units, it keeps everyone safe and in decent, livable housing units. We provide long-term support, as you know. In addition to that, all of our clients get intensive case management services. Those case management services are critical to the success of the clients. Average clients will stay in our housing units maybe 3 to 5 years. When they exit, and over the last 3 years, we had 86% exit into a permanent housing situation after they leave our housing units. So by keeping our housing units in great condition, clients feel good about themselves. And like I said, we came in under budget, so we're just requesting the swept back funds to complete the Garinger roof project to keep that housing unit in livable conditions so other families can enjoy it. That's it for that one. That one's done.
Any questions on that? Go
I
ahead,
have a
Robert.
question for Hans. How does that work where a project we you know, we funded earlier, came in under budget, and are those funds then added to what we're able to advance for this year?
Correct.
Okay.
So they're more liquid too, so a project like this could start earlier if we have it designated to go to this project. So that would be something, it's swept back funds that are liquid available. The majority of the funds are gonna be the 23 allocation, which is available on October 1st. But those swept back funds can be used earlier as soon as it's approved by the county board.
What I will say is that's pretty much an exact cost.
Weird.
Gee, how did that happen? We went ahead and did just off-the-cuff bidding just to see where we were at due to, you know, the projects and materials change and increase in time. And the roofer, a couple of the roofers that we worked with, we just said, you know, hey, could you look at it and let us know? So that's pretty close to the exact cost for replacement.
Now, can I say something?
Yeah.
When I had hail damage, I had insurance.
Yeah,
So
this-
how does that work?
We
for
did,
your-
we had our insurance guy come out already, he
Uh-huh.
already looked at it and he said, well, there's other structural damage that is not that.
Right.
So we are responsible for the roof.
Oh,
Yeah, we had Cincinnati come out.
okay, well, I figured you had.
Oh, we did, we went there first, so we
Yeah.
knocked on Cincinnati's
Okay,
door
all right.
first.
Yeah, for Hans, how many, the swept back funds is, how much is there?
38,000, I think is what I came up as left over, so the majority of it is the project that they had from 2019.
Okay. And then, Sue got the insurance question in there. I mean, this house has a lot of repair lists here.
Yeah,
So fix and repair monthly on this one?
pretty close, yeah. Fortunately, we have 2 full-time maintenance guys on staff right now. We're looking to hire a third, but they're very talented. One guy owned his own business, and another guy worked for an apartment complex. So they're used to doing, and they say, okay, we can't fix this anymore. Can you get funding to get us a roof? So we do as much patching and repairs as we can internally. I mean, literally everything we try to keep internally, keep costs down.
Then it talks about,
So that's where we got it from, and there was a lot of work that had to be done.
In properties, they had to be vacant, and we had a grant called Neighborhood Stabilization Program, where we acquired the properties, we rehabbed them. When we went in, our mindset was, if it looks like it needs to be replaced in about 10 years, we'll replace it. At the time, the roof looked okay, but we didn't do anything with it. But now you get 10 years down the road, and
It's a
it
20
wasn't a brand-new roof, so I could see where that could happen. But yeah, so
At the time-
Lewis Sparrow took that property off of our hands for us. And then there was other individuals that bought homes outright from that program. And Pioneer had a home, Turning Point had a home. So there was a few that were kept for affordability, and that was a requirement of the grant.
So the roof has expended the lifespan of its age as well.
I'm looking at the picture and it looks like it's from 2010 maybe?
Maybe the ones we had at the time. We got new ones.
We got new ones, I don't know.
Okay, I mean, do you have some money for trimming the trees?
Oh, yeah, well, that's why we can talk about that, yeah. Yeah, maybe I should throw that in there, can't I? Yeah, because we got a quote to get some of the trees cut down, like, it's expensive.
Oh, very expensive.
expensive.
I couldn't believe the price, it was like $1,800 to get, you know, like one tree cut, and that we thought was,
If you can put a new roof on this, the trees need to be trimmed.
I know.
It'll just ruin it.
I know,
Okay.
and we were just talking about that, Liz was telling me about her roof. Did you get like mold or something on your roof from trees?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I was just curious.
Any questions on the roof? No.
Move on to your next project?
Yeah, we'll go right on to the next. We're gonna sit here a little bit. Maybe we'll buy you guys coffee.
That's smart.
All right,
Is this going to be the acquisition next? Because that's a separate,
Oh,
yeah, it's the other presentation. Sorry, we're going to make you flip-flop a little bit.
That's okay.
no problem.
We'll be doing the same thing.
Let Liz come up first. Cast change. Scene change. We're just doing the old scene change. Oh, all right, let's go.
Oh, I feel like I'm on like Family Feud or something.
Yes,
Right?
we should all be on Family Feud.
Right where you-
Yeah. Perfect. Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, our next project that we're up for is we're requesting some money to buy a 6-unit building that's located in Marengo. Okay, we went through this, you know about us already. Okay, here's a little bit about us. We have a transitional shelter that you know, subsidized apartment program, our affordable housing, rapid rehousing programs, rapid rehousing for victims and survivors of domestic violence, shelter and rapid rehousing, supported employment program, tenant-based rental assistance, and of course the McGure program, which we were instrumental in helping the county administer those funds. Also, I mentioned that we did buy a housing unit with ARPA money as well. So we were able to spend that very quickly. I know that there was maybe a little concern of finding like a 2-unit building or something that was in the community when, you know, real estate market was hot. But we were afforded and allowed the money to go and buy a unit, and I think we spent it in record time, like within 2 months. Was about 2 months, I think we spent it and bought a unit in Marengo, which led us into this. So the person that we bought that unit from in Marengo for a subsidized apartment program has 2 buildings available. We worked with him very closely and developed a great relationship. He has a 6-unit building that is for sale. He also owns a 4-unit building, which we'll get to at the very end of this presentation. But we are requesting, for this request, $531,000 to purchase that 6-unit building. The cost of the property is $675,000, which brings $112,500 per unit, which is really cheap. You can't buy a 1 or 2 bedroom unit for $112,500. So this was our request that you have in your packet. $481,000 for the Washington Street, and then the maintenance reserve, we're looking at $50,000. That's just to be safe. So the total request from you is $531,000. We have a property tax deferred value that we're using as match of $248,739.09. And then we were awarded funds for an acquisition of $165,950. We're going to take that $165,950 and apply it to this building. Because we really want 6 units in one spot in Marengo, where obviously they really can use affordable housing. Next slide. So our other match leverage, so this is the CDBG portion. So we kind of got 2 asks going on for the same property. So we know that you don't have a ton of money in home funds. We know you have some money over in CDBG. So however you want to pool your money together to help us get to that number, we'd greatly appreciate it. So if we have to have the leverage for the CDBG, we would put in $51,100, and we would do that by, that's a different slide.
Yeah, the match there is program supervision.
Staff and maintenance.
Maintenance, supervision, and work on this property itself, as well as some volunteerism that would go into the minor rehab that would be required for getting this unit up to livability.
But it's in great condition, I'll throw that out there.
Excellent condition. Yes, we'll get there.
Okay, so here we are. This is broken down in really simple terms. So the cost of the building is $675,000. We had already agreed on a price with him. Maintenance reserve $50,000. The total project cost is $725,000. We would put in that $165,950. That brings the project to $559,050. We're requesting from you $531,000, and then there's a remaining balance of $28,050. So, however, we'll figure out, we'll get that money somehow, because this building's great. It's amazing. So that's kind of what we're looking for from the commission, is $531,000 out of the 2 pots of funds, or 1 pot of fund would be great too. Next. So here's the other thing. Some of the things that's causing the reason why we need affordable housing, as you well know. I hate to even bring up COVID, right? We're so done with it. But it did create a problem, right? It did create more homeless individuals. It did create a lack of affordable housing, and it made it more aware. Just turn the TV on, all you hear is affordable housing. So it really has created a problem. Limited effective rental assistance for some families. We receive calls every month for people who don't fit in the HUD's criteria of homelessness. But they're still experiencing housing instability, and they do fall within our program guidelines. So if we go ahead and we get this, we're able to help the stock for the county reach your goals. Of course, we went through most of this already, but let's talk about what our rents are. Our anticipated rent for a one-bedroom is $483. A two-bedroom is $503. And then the fair market rent for one bedroom is $990, and a two-bedroom is $1,130. We do also consider 30% of their income, whichever is more sustainable for them, but that's our base rent, which is what you see there. This is the Washington Street unit we talked about. Do we have pictures I can skip to because I'm short on time? They're going to kick me out. So I'll tell you this real quick. There's two one-bedroom units and 4 two-bedroom units. It's got on-site parking. It's close to parks, playgrounds, walking distance to downtown. No relocation needed for the people that are living there. So we're ready to go on the project. It's shovel-ready. There is no barriers to this unit. And then we'll go, it's low risk, high reward. It's kind of where it's at. 176, that's the building. Oh, go back.
Yeah, sorry.
That's the building. There's the building. There's like the entryway for the units. That's kind of what it looks like inside. You can see it's not a dump. It's in really good condition, very limited renovations needed. There's another unit. There's apartment 2, apartment 3, very good condition. Why Home of the Sparrow? We have the staff capacity and the financial ability to carry out the project. We can spend that money quickly whenever it's available because we know this project's there for us. And we have the staff to do the maintenance repairs. We're ready to go. And the next one is one more thing. That's that 4-unit building he has. It's $435,000. If we acquired that one, we come back maybe next year, we would have 10 units. Which then would serve 50 to 125 individuals within a 15-year period. So we already have 2 units there. That would put us at 9 units or 8 units if we get the 6-unit building and then come back later for 10. We'd have 12 units in Marengo, an area that's underserved with affordable housing. The other part of it real quick, I know I got a couple minutes, case management's critical, as I mentioned. One of the things I will say is that the case management, because we've had positive exits at affordable housing at 86%, it's because of the case management services. They work with the clients to help them with their employment, with their mental health, with their physical issues, with their child care, with all these different things. These are our wonderful case management and program services team who works with the clients every day to ensure success for their livability in these units, but also to exit into the community as productive individuals. And these housing units do that. Okay, I can take a breath.
Nice. Questions?
Yeah, unless you want to get started, Robert.
Larry and I. You mentioned that, I think I heard you mention that there are existing tenants in the building right now.
They're month-to-month leases, and so we do not have to relocate them.
But will they stay there?
We can technically leave them there if they fit the criteria for HUD. All right, so if they're low income, they fit between the 51, 60% AMI, we can leave them there if we desire to, but the landlord has them on month-to-month leases. So if he wants to let them go to another housing unit, he can, but we can definitely keep them in there as long as they fit the criteria for HUD's AMI.
Okay, so they are not your clients right now.
No, but the potential they could be.
Yeah, for this unit, actually, too, we went up to 65% AMI, kind of looking at that, so it's still within HUD guidelines that we can do that. 65% AMI means there's actually a pretty good likelihood that some of the tenants that are currently there would be able to stay in the building, and they'd actually be able to pay then as part of our program, if they come on as our clients, they'd be able to pay that reasonable rent. So what this does, a benefit for them would be instead of when the seller, sells the building and a new landlord comes in who may jack up the rents, which we've seen quite a bit, through this period of time where we've had landlords, even just landlords who own their buildings jacking up their rent, we're kind of preventing that for some of those individuals. And for those that are gonna not fall within the purview of the program, they would have to most likely find housing anyway if the building sells. The seller is committed to selling this building regardless, whether we buy it or somebody else.
Okay. And you said you have another building in Maringo.
He's got another building, a
Okay.
4-unit
Oh,
building.
same owner.
Same owner.
Yes.
So I guess what I was wondering, you know, when you sound like there are existing tenants in there, it's like, are you changing your model? And are you going to become low-income housing vendors for McHenry County and overlapping other areas?
Yeah, I think the one thing is, you know, if they fit our criteria and our mold, like he was gonna hit a vacant unit and he said he was wanting to put seniors in there that were on Social Security and fixed income. He said, if you bought the building, would you want that? And we were like, yeah, because we get money from senior services as well. And we do serve seniors. And I mean, if you're gonna become homeless, we don't want that. That's not, our goal is to not have you become homeless. So I don't know if he did that or not. He hadn't talked to him recently, but he did have a vacant unit. So
Yeah, these programs are going to integrate into our existing program model. So we're not changing anything about the way we've been operating the affordable housing program. Just like when we acquired the other 2 units, we integrated them as part of our supportive housing model. So we're not changing anything about the way we've done business. So it's something that we're very equipped to go ahead and take on. And it may just work out that some of the tenants that are in there may actually fit in our program model and they just don't know it yet.
And we'll go in and, like Debbie said, provide the case management, determine what their goals are, and help them to do that. Primarily increase employment, you know, job skills, so that they can eventually move out into their own. We did have a client in our affordable units that just bought a house, so it gave her the luxury of that period of time to save money and then buy a house. So the case managers really work with that to make sure that they're moving on, that they're gaining income, they're gaining skills so that they can live in the community on their own.
And I think that's the other piece, you know, they stay in the units maybe 3 to 5 years, gain the skills that they need to move on, then we can get other people in and move them through and provide that case management so that they can exit into the community. We've had, like I said, over the past 3 years, 86% who exited our affordable housing program went on to be successful in permanent housing situations.
So if you have a client, or if you have a tenant in there that doesn't meet the qualifications for your program, what do you do with them?
So we'll work with them on relocating them. One of the things that we learned really well with Treasury is relocation. We had about 80 families that were getting evicted that we had to relocate.
So do you put a time limit? I mean, you said, you know, within 4 to 5 years, they move on to get their own house. Is there a time limit when they move in, they say,
No.
you don't have to be out in 5 years? You don't
No,
tell
we
them
don't
that.
say, by the way, you're gonna be out now. No, it's just something that we've noticed, the trend.
Kind of the average.
Yeah, we kind of noticed that trend when someone comes in. Everybody's so different, you know? Some people may come in, they only need very limited support, and they do really, really well and find a great job where, you know, their income goes
Right.
up, where they can become community integrated living. There's other individuals that they go in and all of a sudden, you know, they end up with a health crisis. They end up with something else. And, you know, they're in there a little longer.
Right, okay.
So it's very individualized.
Okay.
We have a senior that has family members live with her to kind of help take care of her, and she could not do that in senior housing. So she's one of our more long-term
Right.
cases, a lot of medical issues, so it's individualized, let's put
Okay.
it that way.
Just have a question of, do you have a written agreement or anything with the current owner, or a deadline that he's given you, or anything like that?
Well, not a written agreement. I will say we have a very good relationship. He doesn't have a deadline, but he really wants to sell to us. It's a long story, but he really would like to sell to us, and I know that he wants to sell this unit first, the 6-unit first, and then the 4-unit after this unit. We did tell him that if we were to get funded out of here, the funding wouldn't be available probably till October. And I said, unless there's other funds that become available that, you know, we can try and get our hands on. And he said, that's okay, I'll wait, you know, if you get it, you know, we want to sell to you first. If you don't get it, let me know so I can move on. So, you know, he does really, really like us. And he understands the program, so.
If we're not able to fund the entire asked amount, does the Home of Sparrow have a plan on how would he acquire this property moving forward? If we're able to do a portion, for example.
Yeah, well, that's why we're here with the home funds and the
Even
CDBG.
with both-
Yes. We need them both, or one. I
Even
mean,
with both funding, if we weren't able to do the whole amount.
yeah, I mean, we have that 169 that's hanging there, and that would be it. I mean, we don't have additional funds right now to
Okay.
go and apply to the project.
So the project would not go forward?
It would not.
Okay.
Because in the process of this too, to share one more thing, is we're also looking for a headquarters building for Home of the Sparrow. Our lease is up, so we're also looking for
Oh,
something.
you're looking for a new home.
We are, so Home of the Sparrow will be homeless. You don't want us to be homeless, but we're close, so our lease is up, and so we are looking for a building that'll be a permanent structure for Home of the Sparrow. So, you know, funding right now, this is critical to, you know, obtain this.
Yeah, is the 4-unit available right now too then?
Well, he doesn't want to sell that one yet. He wants to sell that one after this building. This is the one that he's after right now.
Okay. And do you know when it was appraised? I seen the appraised value.
Yes, I just got that appraisal. I asked him for it, I sent it to
I don't need a date, but it's current.
It is current.
Yes.
Yeah, because before we came here, I knew somebody would ask me for an appraisal, so.
I think in late January.
Yeah, I called him and I said, hey, I'm gonna need an appraisal before I go there, because I know someone's gonna ask me, how do you know this is even the right price? So, he came back at $695, and of course, I don't wanna pay $695. So, we got it to $675, which I think was pretty fair for a 6-unit building, where each unit comes out to about, like I said, about $112,000 a unit. You can't buy a 2-bedroom apartment or a condo or anything like that for $112,000.
So you actually seen the appraisal?
I do, I have
By a
it, I
certified
have it,
appraiser?
I have it in my possession,
Okay,
yes.
certified appraiser?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. And this building looks like it's a 3-story, because they have garden apartments, like, the bottom, that looks like those,
Yeah, it's a
It's a
three
three-story
stories. Yeah,
building,
so
yeah.
there's like 2 units per
and there's no elevator, right?
level.
correct.
Correct.
And,
But there's handicap accessibility on the first floor.
okay. And it's not sprinkled, it doesn't have to be sprinkled, or?
I don't know about the sprinkle piece. I just went through that, obviously, with the shelter like 2 years ago, which is
Yeah,
a nightmare. I don't even know about the sprinkle piece. I don't know if it has to be or not.
I don't know either.
I don't know. Any
Okay.
other commissioners here might know that, I don't know. I would imagine it's probably grandfathered in as it is, there's probably some condition.
Yeah, I don't know if it's all new building. I can't remember now.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Usually there's grandfather, like, both stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it's
I
grandfathered in.
would think it'd be
usually.
grandfathered in unless we're going to get a building permit to do some other stuff on it, then maybe you'd have to retrofit it.
Yeah, I think if you do something where you change some structure, but we're not changing
Yeah.
anything.
Okay,
I have no plans to do that in the future.
okay. Well, I guess I was gonna ask how you found this property, because I did look and it had never been listed for sale.
No,
Um,
so.
It's a really long story.
It is a, that's my life.
We got a little
Reader-
time.
Reader's Digest version?
Yeah, so we came across the Barbara unit that he had for sale with the ARPA money. And so we bought his Barbara units, which were beautiful. He's a contractor, by the way, so that's what he does. He buys units, renovates them, and then he was keeping them as rental property. And so we bought the Barbara unit from him, and we just got along really, really well. And he asked us about our program. He's a very religious individual and really loves what we do to help people. He had said that he's getting older and was thinking about retiring and kind of divesting some of his assets. And of course, in the parking lot, as we were talking, I know where he can divest his assets to.
Community.
Yeah, so there was that discussion. There wasn't an option to have him really donate the 6-unit building, although that would have been lovely. So we had just chatted, and he said, you know, would you guys be interested then in the 6-unit building? And of course, we are interested because that's a focus of the county and a focus of Home of the Sparrow, you know, and the community need. So it all kind of fit. So I told him that, you know, we wanted to apply for funds here. I said, you know, we don't know what's going to happen. If you need to sell it to somebody, obviously go ahead and do it. But let me know so I can make sure that I'm turning every rock over that I possibly can before it's gone, you know. And he said, well, when do you think? We told him we'd apply in January. We wouldn't hear anything until March. And he said, okay, that's fair enough. He goes, I can wait. And he said, then if you did get approved, when would you have money to buy it? And I said, oh, October. And he said, no, that would fit my timeline. And he said, actually, I wasn't even going to put it up for sale until this time, springtime, because things don't sell usually in the winter. So that's how the conversation went. And then, as it got a little more, I had said, do you have any other properties? And then that's when he threw in the 4-unit building. And I said, what are you doing with that one? And that's when he said he wanted to sell that building as well, but he's got to do it in phases for tax purposes. I guess there must be some liability or some expense on his taxes or
Capital
something.
gains, things like
yeah.
that.
So he was trying to portion his portfolio out for whatever was going to affect him tax-wise.
Okay. And speaking of taxes, is Home of the Sparrow on the real estate taxes?
No, we're tax exempt.
You're tax exempt, so there would be no real estate taxes paid?
But
on it?
we're hoping not. Our house, our 445 Barbara in Marengo just got tax exempt.
Are you still tax exempt even though you rent them out?
Yeah, we are, because we don't make any money on them. So anything that we get on those units goes right back into the property, or right back into maintenance or maintenance reserve. So we make zero on it. I think a couple of our units, we might be underwater. And I don't mean it negatively. It's just that we've had renters in there. We have a housing unit, like, I think she owes $7,000 right now on rent. So, you know, we're able to still maintain it and manage the unit because of the tax exemption.
Yeah, I noticed there was $1,000 a month taxes on this.
Yeah, so that's what the situation is. I mean, like I said, one unit we own, she owes $7,000 and is unable to pay it at the moment. We'll work with her to try and, you know, get caught up, which she will. But if we had to pay taxes on those units, we wouldn't be able to keep people housed.
Okay. Yeah. That's it for me.
All right, anybody have any other questions? Okay, all right, thank you so much.
Thank
for
you.
your-
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it should be announced that we're not gonna deliberate these things until tomorrow, because there's really, I mean, if nobody wants to stay, they don't have, we're not gonna be deliberating any money till tomorrow.
Tomorrow afternoon, or
I
tomorrow
wasn't sure if
after.
you guys knew that.
And you guys will hear tomorrow, I will.
No, I won't.
Oh,
Oh, you're traveling, and I
All right.
Yeah, there's like-
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Introduce yourself, Tony. Will be keeping time for us. We've got 10 minutes for a presentation and 5 minutes for questions.
Awesome.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, ready to go. Hey, good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me today. My name is Josh Hafron, Hafron. I'm a partner with the General Capital Group, and I'm here to present on our project, Johnsburg Workforce Housing. As a brief introduction to General Capital, like I said, we're a small real estate investment and development group founded in the mid-90s by two brothers, Michael Weiss and David Weiss. We're headquartered in Fox Point, Wisconsin, which is a northern suburb of Milwaukee, and I'm in an office in Northbrook. There's 25 employees in the company, and we're a small shop, but we have expertise in construction, design, asset management, and what I focus on is structuring and setting up the financing for affordable housing deals. We focus on both commercial development and affordable housing. To date, we've done more than 35 affordable housing transactions in Michigan, Illinois, and Wisconsin. We've done about 5 deals in Illinois to date. We've got a deal under construction in Wheeling, a deal in Rockford, a deal in Port Byron, Illinois, and you guys might be familiar with the Berkshire Johnsburg, which is a rehab of an elementary school in Johnsburg that we converted into senior affordable housing. That building's been up and running for about a year. We had some hurdles with construction during COVID, but we're up and running and stabilized at this point. Next slide, this is the site plan for the project, the Johnsburg Workforce Apartments. This project has already been awarded 9% credits from the Illinois Housing Department, and we're planning to close June 15th, and that's when we'll begin construction. Just a few notes on the site. The site is at Johnsburg Road and 31. It's behind the Marathon gas station. We're buying it.
What corner was that?
We're buying it from a private landowner and going to convert it into what you see here as the site plan. It'll be it's a 4.5 acre site. We have 119 parking spots. 12 will be ADA. We're over parked. There'll be 9 buildings on the site. Within those 9 buildings will be 13 one-bedrooms, 11 two-bedrooms, and 25 3-bedroom units.
Is the gas station staying there?
The gas station is staying there.
Oh, okay.
We were thinking of calling it the Marathon Apartments, but Marathon would have gotten upset with us. The next slide is a rendering of what the project will look like. We've made great progress with the city. We're basically through entitlements. We've changed the zoning. We're waiting on MCDOT and IDOT to approve access to the site, but we're confident we'll get there. The site or the buildings will include a clubhouse with a leasing office, a fitness room in the clubhouse, a business center, a laundry room in the community room as well, and then a playground. The building will be the most green building we've ever built. We usually build to a LEED standard, gold or silver. This time we'll be building to a Enterprise Green Building certification, which will allow the building eventually to move to a zero carbon footprint. So we're set up for that, but initially we won't be zero carbon. The next slide goes to, this is the financial source and uses. We're asking for a combined $550,000 of CDBG and home funds. As you'll see from the financing, the source and uses, we're a $21.3 million project. I haven't looked at the other projects, but the leveraging on this project, putting in $550,000 to build a $21.3 million project is, in our minds, pretty good leverage on the county's use of these funds. The thing that we're building is affordable housing using housing tax credits under Section 42. I won't get into it, but basically for receiving the credits, we're restricted on the rents and the AMIs the tenants' AMIs that will live in the building. So we'll have 16 units at 30% AMI, 17 units at 60% AMI, and 16 units at 80% AMI. The second column shows the rents. Basically, we'll be at a low of $502 for 1 bedroom, going up to a 3-bedroom unit that'll have that'll be charged a 3-bedroom 80% unit that'll be charged $1,377. And then moving over on the chart, you'll see the highest income of a tenant that can live in that unit, and each one represents the first column, 1-person household, 2-person household, and 3-person household, and then we go to 4-person household. So if you're a 1-person household and you want to live in a 1-bedroom unit, for example, at a 30% level, the most you can make is $21,900. And then on the other end of the spectrum, if you go up to a 4-person household in a 3-bedroom 80% unit, that family can make, or family or people living together can make up to $83,350. So we truly are a mixed income project. We'll have, as you can tell, and I just stated, we'll have incomes from households in there between $21,900 and $83,350. Let me go on to the next slide. One thing I want to stress is that this project and the Section 42 tax program is truly a public-private partnership at all levels. This slide basically illustrates it. We basically start with the Village of Johnsburg, who's been instrumental in getting this project off the ground and helping us with approvals, et cetera. Then we're applying to McHenry County for soft funds. We also work at the state level with IDA, who allocated us credits and also provide soft money for the project. Then we move on. I put up for the U.S. government the coat of arms, and the program is a federal program using Section 42 credits. And now that was set up by the government, federal government. Then we move on to our group, General Capital, which is a private for-profit company that develops real estate. And then the last group, CREA, which you probably haven't heard of, is another part of the private partnership. They're a syndicator who will sell the credits for us to a large institution like, in the past, we've done deals with, or groups who have bought our credits have been JP Morgan, US Bank, Sherwin-Williams is an investor of ours, and groups like that. That concludes my presentation. I'm now, open for questions.
I have a question. I've been in Berkshire. I know someone who lives there. And and she's very happy there. And that's considered senior housing, am I right?
That's right.
What is this considered?
This is considered, we call it workforce housing, and workforce housing isn't the greatest name because it doesn't have a great definition, but it is unrestricted. So it's meant for elderly can live there, but at the same time, families and young people can live there.
Oh. And then how many units would be, because, I know if you get money from us, there's so many units that have to be, was that chart you showed with the 17?
Yeah.
Or 30%?
Yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
You know what I'm asking?
How many total units?
Maybe I should ask that.
That would be coming from the investment of these grants. How many would be home units?
Yeah.
When you develop.
As a percent, I was going to ask as a percentage.
As a percentage, I'm not sure how to ask it, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so let me answer two ways. All the units in the project will be affordable housing units.
Right.
So all the units will be less than 80%.
Okay.
Then we will work with the county to designate a certain number of home units, and that's based on the number of, the dollar per unit of subsidy per home in CDBG. So I think the number was like 240, 250,000 per unit. So
We'll just double check those before and it'll be based on whatever they're allocated here, so.
Gotcha, so if we get all of them, it's this number. If we get
We'd love to
75%,
get
it's a
more
less.
than what
Gotcha.
we're allowed to
Okay.
take, but we don't want, what we don't want to do is put more investment in them and not get enough units.
Right, well, yeah, I knew they were having so many
So,
units that are,
yeah. He's right, it's somewhere right around 240 per unit is
Yeah.
where the subsidy is, so.
yeah, but notwithstanding how many home units we have, because that'll be an overlay on top of the tax credit affordability.
right.
There'll still be, regardless, this lineup of units.
I have a question. It looked like, based on your diagram, even though these were two-story buildings, each unit has their own private entrance, outside entrance. Did I see that?
I wish I was a construction guy, but I believe only the first floor units will have direct entry to the outside. The second floor units, you'll walk up a set of stairs and then have your own entryway on a landing.
So maybe there's like you walk in the door, there's a door there.
There's a stairway.
Yeah.
They're all two-story?
No. There'll be, some of the 3 bedrooms will be 2 stories, and then some of the 1 and 2 bedrooms will be layered on top or next to the 3 bedrooms that aren't 2 stories.
Any elevators?
No elevators.
That's what I was asking, any elevators, okay.
No elevators.
Any questions, Larry?
No, so.
Great. Anybody else?
Come on, Larry.
Everybody else is pitching in, asking.
So you have 2 projects, but it's the same project? Or
It's 2 requests, same
2
project.
requests, same project, okay.
Exactly. Yeah, we're really excited. I mean, we're planning on closing June 15th, and we've got equity investor lined up, like I said, Korea, who Bank of Montreal is likely to be the investor. And we're working with IDA now on setting up closing calls and dialing it in.
And when does IDA issue the tax credits?
We've already been awarded tax credits.
You have been
Oh, you have?
Yeah,
Oh.
we're ready to go.
Oh.
So we want to start
Impressed.
construction June 15th. This is not a on the come.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we
Request.
before we say, you're going, well, if we get the tax credits and if we get this, and it's like, you know, everything was like a if, but yeah, if you're ready to go, that's nice.
No, and I don't want to say we don't want to need the money, we're ready to go, but we really would appreciate an award. And-
Well, I know in the past, Hans or even Faith would say, it's good to have money, you know, we have money in that game too, showing that, you know, good for you, good for us.
Ida likes to see
Yeah.
our investment.
Yeah.
here. We can do things, typically we'll put in a certificate of consistency that they can accompany their application to IDA. And that just says the county wants to see this.
Yeah.
And so that they know that we're on board with it. And we generally will do that. Most projects, I would say, probably go through 2 funding rounds with IDA before they get their approval. It just seems that there's a lot of competition, you know, of course,
Right.
for the tax credits and that, so having that, it helps.
I have a credit, or have a question.
I'll take the credit.
I'm assuming, does city water and sewer companies go out that far?
They don't. We're close, but we're going to have to bring it in, and it's built into the budget. And we're actually,
Okay.
like our first project, the Berkshire Johnsburg, we actually extended water and sewer to the circle in the middle of Johnsburg.
Oh, the roundabout?
The roundabout.
Oh.
And this project will also extend water and sewer to places in the village that don't currently have it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, that seemed to be far out from what I would remember.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the city, you know, likes the project, but also likes the project because we're kind of, you know, helping.
You're helping them.
Helping
bring
develop the
the
city.
sewer out, yeah.
All right, cool.
Great. I'd like to point out that the CDBG portion of this is for some infrastructure expenses. And then the home is for the actual units to be constructed. So we have 2 asks there, and even though it's one project, that's the difference between what he's asking for,
Right, yes.
infrastructure versus the construction.
Well, thank you, Josh, for coming in. We have 2 days of presentations, so we won't be deliberating until probably late tomorrow. But we appreciate you coming in.
Well, thank you. Thank you all for your time and consideration, and good luck on the deliberations.
Thank you.
And Faith is quickly checking to see if Veterans Baptist is here.
So, what you were saying about the tax credit, it is unusual.
Yeah, I mean, I remember them saying, well, we're gonna try, and it was just like, and there was so much competition to it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Awfully quiet.
So would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself and your project? Tony will be keeping time for us.
Okay.
We've got 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 for any questions.
Okay, sounds good. So I am Laura Franz. I'm with Veterans Path to Hope, Legally Transitional Living Services. And we are an agency that works with veterans. We were started as an agency to help homeless veterans. And through the years, we've added additional programs as we have seen needs arise in the community. And we currently have 8 different programs that help veterans, and we've expanded. We help veterans that are struggling but are not necessarily homeless. We came before this group 4 years ago, I believe it was, to ask for funding for a group of veterans in McHenry County that we found we didn't have anywhere else to go to help them. It was veterans that they might have gone through our transitional living program, they might have been in the community homeless for a while, and there wasn't a spot for them. And so we asked for funding to be able to put them into housing and also provide case management support so that they could get on their feet in housing and then ideally not end up homeless again. The purpose of all of our programs is to end that recurring homelessness that some of the veterans go through. So it's been a very successful program. We've had some people that have come through that have been pretty severe with mental health needs, physical needs. They're not able to work, and we've helped work with them until they could be transitioned somewhere else, like assisted living when it came that time. And then other veterans that have come through, and because of the case management support, they've been able to get out on their own within 3 to 6 months. So it's a wide variety of people that come in, and it's been very successful. The case manager has been with the program for 3 years now. Her caseload varies because she'll work with the veterans that are currently living, through the rental assistance, but then even after they leave, she's providing support so that if they hit bumps, down the road, she's still there helping them and offering that hand up to them. We also have a couple of other funding, like HUD funds a couple of veterans, so she provides the support to a wide range of veterans, as well as the Prairie Ridge or Prairie View housing in Woodstock lets us use an office because there's so many veterans that are living out there. So she provides support to the other veterans as well. They might come in and need help putting their paperwork together for claims with the VAC or the VA. So she's helping them. If they need food, she's bringing food out from our food pantry. So we have our caseload, but then any veteran and family that need that assistance, she's available to offer that assistance. So part of her salary is part of this request, and then the remainder, because she's doing other work, is covered by other funding sources. Any questions for me? It's a pretty straightforward, it's homeless veterans, help them get into housing, case management support to help
How
them
much
be
are you asking
successful.
for?
It's 146, I believe,
Okay.
and then 26 for the case manager.
Is that
And that's done by
in the
percent.
146 or not? That's
No,
separate?
it is separate, yeah.
142,589 is what it says on the sheet, and then 28,500 for
Oh.
the other one.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I don't know if staff wrote this or if you wrote it, is to case manage assist veterans and family members not placed in the housing program through the agency.
Correct. Yeah.
But then somewhere in here it said that it was complementary to this. Seems like this is helping people that haven't been placed at all by your agency. And this is to help people be placed.
So they go together. It's like we wouldn't do the TBER program without the case management support because they need the case management support. So
Okay.
the salary is a little bit over 40. The 28 is towards the placement part of it, and then other funding sources pay for the rest of the work that she does. And she helps a wide variety of McHenry County veterans.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Okay.
Do you have a waiting list for tenant-based rental system?
It ebbs and flows. There are times where we have a waiting list and then times where we don't. It just depends on how many veterans at any particular time might be homeless.
So how many are you assisting right now?
We're assisting 8. And that with this funding, I should say. It's more than that, but just with this funding, the current funding, because the amounts change every year that we're awarded. So basically what we do is we look at the amount that we're awarded, and then depending on the cost of the apartment or house that the veteran is going to move into, that dictates if we can help more or if we can help less, just based on the amount of money.
And is that full assistance or partial assistance based on their income?
It can be full, it's usually partial. We expect them to have some contribution.
So how many clients would you expect to assist with this $142,000?
So the way that we figured the rental assistance, there's 5. If you divide out what the cost of a 1-bedroom rental is, there's 5. But like I said, if somebody comes through and they find somewhere less expensive, we're able to help another person or another 2 people. And it also depends on, through the course of the year, are they only here for 3 months needing our assistance, or are they here for the whole year? It ebbs and flows. Does that make sense? It's based on the.
I'm just going through the numbers in my head. Let's assume that that apartment's $2,000 and you're assisting
Roughly.
5 people. Okay, that's $100,000, more or less.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
we
you're not-
use the graph that the county gives of what to expect to pay for a 1-bedroom apartment. So that's how we get our numbers. There's a chart that everybody works off of.
So I guess maybe
But-
there's more, maybe you'll be able to help more than 5 families.
Well,
Right.
yeah,
That's kind of what
because-
we're getting.
Yeah, that's where I know it's
On
hard.
the low end side, you're thinking,
Sometimes people come through and they want an efficiency. Well, that's less expensive. So if we had 3 people come through and they're satisfied with an efficiency and we can actually find one, then we can help more people. So the funding is just, that's how you come up with the funding,
It just
because
seemed like
you
it was
can't know.
more than 100% funding for the number of people
Yeah,
that you-
I understand.
What happens after 12 months?
They're either, well, ideally, they've transitioned to being able to pay on their own, or if there's another funding source like the VA, we'll connect them if they get benefits, and then they can afford to pay on their own. So it's a wide variety. Some work, and then they're able to be independent, and then some, we're finding other sources of funding for them.
So they might stay in the unit, they just want to have this source of help.
Yes. Yeah.
And do you have clients that have not been able to transition off your program?
There was one, because he was so severe with schizophrenia and other needs, we'd eventually transition him to the assisted living that I mentioned. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you for coming in, Laura.
Thank
We
you.
have another day tomorrow of hearings and then deliberations late tomorrow.
Okay.
So we will let you know.
All right.
We get through those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're running a little
So,
early. We
yeah,
have a break
do we
time
want
here.
to take our break? Or
That
do
or
we
we
have,
can do Home and
actually, can we
Sparrow
do,
and
yeah,
then
can we
take
do
a
Home and
break
Sparrow?
because they're still
As long as they're here.
Yeah, why don't
Are
we
you
do
guys
that?
ready?
We're ready.
Okay.
All right, then come on up.
Do you want me to fix it?
I know. Or a team. Yeah, that clicker.
Brandon, we're back to the
Oh,
first
okay.
one, sorry.
No, no worries.
I know, we're so confusing. I tried to at least just keep it to 2 presentations.
No,
Perfect.
Is it that one or this?
Yes,
This
it's gonna
one?
be in this one, and I'm just gonna skip a whole bunch to the piece we're on now,
Okay.
so, perfect. Thank you. All right, let me skip ahead. You guys already heard this part. There we go. That's you.
Okay, so we want the 6 unit for Marengo, but we also need case manager to be able to support them as we had talked about earlier.
You're so supporting the 6-unit building.
Well, the 6 unit plus the Marengo 2 unit that we already have.
Oh, okay.
And then the 4 unit.
That one in the future, thinking ahead.
That's good, Liz.
Yeah, I'll sneak it in. So there's the salary that we're requesting for the caseworker and the match. So as we've talked about already, we have 25 scattered sites throughout McHenry, looking at the income, paying reasonable, and then the case management. Currently, we're serving 62 individuals, but I will tell you, we have 50 households on our wait list right now. And we don't have a lot of movement, and when we do, it's very quick. So I think we're all full right now in terms of we have another person moving in, so we'll be full. With no one, I think, maybe moving out. So, you know, it just kind of ebbs and flows, but right now, that's what we have. So one of the big things that we're working with is, and we partner too with Consumer Credit, but a lot of it is working with them on budgeting, financial resources. One of the things that I find as some of the biggest issues is paying their rent because they paid this, or they've had a car problem, or you know, something. And so managing that and really trying to keep to a budget is really important. We do refer out to other agencies to be able to help them when there is kind of those situations where there is a car payment or they need extra support for whatever. So Willow Creek has been great, St. Vincent de Paul, and Salvation Army. So those are ones that we encourage them to reach out to when they're struggling, because you know they're living primarily paycheck to paycheck. The other thing is we have an employment person, and one of the things within our affordable units we're seeing is that they need to increase their income. They need better jobs so that they can move on. And one of the things that we had one client, she was behind in her rent. She had a pretty good job, but it was in Gurnee, and it was about 3 or 4 days a week. And she had lost her child's Social Security because she had turned 18. So in a matter of months, she was able to turn it around, and she got a full-time job, kept her part-time, and is enrolling in school to become a real estate agent, and got all of her rent paid. So, and got her taxes and paid 3 months. So again, kind of that encouragement to, you can do it, find the resources, and empowering her. Because I think at first she felt very helpless and just, you know, felt like she couldn't do it. But just breaking it down in steps was really important. So, like we said, we are seeing increase in our request, and that's not just for affordable, but our TBRA wait list has 20, 30, 40. And we're having a lot of calls come in stating that either their treasury money has run out, they don't know what to do. So we're seeing that increase terribly. And so fortunately, you know, we do have some resources to help them out, extended treasury funds that we can work with as long as they meet the criteria. So we're proposing that this individual will serve 12 to 30 individuals, 8 to 12 households, and basically, like I had said earlier, work with the Marengo units. So right now, we've had 46 adults, 67 kids. Our exits, and Debbie had mentioned this, 86 have been positive. And with our, we do daily DLAs, which is a evidence-based tool that we use to measure progress. And so 60% of the clients that exit with at least 2 assessments increased their functioning from the start. So that's, you may say, only 62%. People lost their jobs, COVID, sick, domestic violence, substance abuse, mental health. We just saw all that kind of coming into play. And so hopefully we'll get that number up as we move forward. And as I had mentioned earlier, we got somebody that bought a home. I'm so proud of her.
And just to point out, these are outcomes over the last 3 years, just due to the fact, as we spoke to earlier, that this is a longer term program compared to like our transitional shelter or some of our other programs. So you really get a better sense of what the outcomes are if you look at a little bit longer time period. So we went with the last 3 years here, which obviously, as Liz said, a lot of that was impacted by the pandemic. And on that DLA piece, I'll just add, because I put together the data, probably another 10 to 15% of clients maintained their level of functioning, so they managed to stay stable through that time period. So we just reported here the increase, but you could add probably another 10 to 15% who managed to stay stable, so they didn't get any worse, but also, you know, did experience some of those challenges that Liz spoke to that maybe prevented them from increasing their functioning, at least in a measurable way per the DLA 20.
Yeah, we're happy when they maintain too, because generally it's not maintaining a lower level, it's maintaining a, you know, kind of a moderate level. So we have the experience, we have the capacity. I have an excellent team of caseworkers, and Lindsay is the housing manager. Really working hard. We just went through an audit with
IDHS.
Yep, and hopefully it looked like we passed with flying colors. And so we're good at our paperwork and making sure we get it done and it's accurate, and most of all, that we're serving the clients and getting the results. Very dedicated team.
That's it.
Any questions?
Oh, sure.
What is the asking for, the grant amount that you guys?
It's $45,000 for the case management
Thank you.
position. Yeah,
Okay.
out of the
Just wanted
public
to
service
remember.
piece. Yep.
Go ahead, Larry.
Okay, so the case manager, in one part here, it says it's not exclusively for the 6-unit building, but it sounds like for a lot of it is.
Correct. Well, when we get the 6 and then already the 2, that's a pretty
Right.
full caseload.
But if you don't get the 6, do you need the extra case manager?
Yes, we
You
still
need-
would, because we still have the 25 units. We still do have that 165,950 from program year 2022 that we presented earlier, that it's designated as acquisition. We're hoping to apply it to the 6-unit if in the event that we don't have the funding capacity to do the 6-unit building, we will still have to spend that 165,950 on additional, on another acquisition towards our affordable housing program. So that's gonna increase affordable housing to at least 26 units. So we're still gonna need, we are still gonna need case management in that area. And as Liz spoke to, with the 2 new Marengo units, part of our supportive housing program, we're trying to kind of expand our footprint in the county to some of those underserved areas, a little bit farther, where there is still this need. So that may be a target of that acquisition piece. And it's helpful to have a case manager who's dedicated to that area and can be more present in that area. The SAP unit, the supportive housing unit we have out there actually does kind of have a space in between the 2 units that our case manager can actually set up an office. That was part of the appeal of that building for us. So we actually do have the ability to place somebody out there where they can be right on site and serving anybody who's in that community. So obviously this ask prioritizes that 6-unit that we really do want to acquire, because it would be such a great thing for the community, for the county, and for our program as well, and our clients. But we do still have the need regardless.
Yeah, and a lot of the current case managers I have, their caseload's high. So for the affordable program, their caseload is about 25 all throughout the county, and that's just too hard. And with all the other programs that we have, we just try to balance it out. And right now, we could really use another caseworker just to provide really more intense services than we're able to when you're doing 25 cases. Households.
Go ahead, Rob. I have a question. Couple questions. How many case managers do you have right now?
Oh, boy. For
specifically housing, we've got 4 full-time and 2 part-time.
Okay. And my other question is, I know you track your residents, and whether, how long it takes them to get out and stuff. Is there any type of tracking, once they leave you, okay, do you have anybody that comes back into the system?
Well, yes and no. As a county, the recidivism
Recidivism.
Thank you.
Recidivism
is very low. However, I'm gonna say it's gonna increase because a lot of the Treasury clients who got help, so if they were in a shelter, got help, they're probably coming back. But yeah, we have aftercare services too. So the client I mentioned that moved into her home, we're still working with her. So we do follow up with them. They know anytime and all the time that they're available. And they do contact us when they need support in case it's, something's going on.
I can tell you from the data we've seen for this program, in particular for the Affordable Housing Program, all of our clients are put into the Homeless Management Information System, HMIS, which is a HUD designated system that we use as a county to track our clients. Our AHP, or Affordable Housing Program, technically, we put everybody in there because we want to track those outcomes. We tend to see the recidivism as being very low to almost non-existent with affordable housing, compared to maybe some of the programs like rapid rehousing, the shelter, things that are shorter term. We tend to see people, because of the shorter duration, where they may need support a little bit faster. Because of the way that this program is structured to be more long-term, because there's that component where they're able to save, they're getting that intensive case management, the recidivism for this particular program is very, very low, almost non-existent. I can't, off the top of my head, can't think of anybody who's exited this program within the last 5 or so years who's come back to HOS for support yet.
Yeah, not with this.
That's it.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much
yeah,
for
yeah.
coming in.
Yeah, no problem.
I mentioned
Yes.
earlier
Yes.
that we've got a full day tomorrow.
Okay.
And,
Sounds good. Thank you all.
okay, break time?
First
Do
day.
we want to go to?
We have a camera problem, it's not
It's not on, okay.
So he came in, he tried to do what he could with it, and they've just got us on
Do we want to go to 10:35 for a break? Or, what time is it? You're right, that clock's going off.
10:17. 10:17.
All right.
Person is at 11.
So it matters, you can see it.
Probably expand the break a little
Yeah.
bit, like to
Okay.
20 minutes or something.
Yeah.
What?
10:40?
Sounds good to me.
I would say. Depending on what it is.
So this is through.
$1,500.
Okay, this is through.
Servicing?
Yeah. In fact, Sherry, one of our staff, she's a friend that's on there. So we've
Good, that's just, I haven't heard of any.
Yeah, so, yeah, I will remind.
Okay. All right.
I know, it's like family health partnership. And we have 2 funds set aside.
asking if they could come.
Yeah.
By
All of a
yourself.
sudden, the other stuff.
You know, sorry about that.
I was gonna say, I'll know, because we all like it. So, yeah,
Okay,
yeah, so
good.
it's a long, like, every girl was just given so just like seriously.
Yeah, definitely. And we should probably just look at it, we just have some requirements.
Yes, on there. I did not. Yeah, I have kind bars out there.
Okay, yeah, I think that will help too.
And then you can, I can share the person who does all that, you know.
No.
All right.
Yeah, we're always looking. I know, they get a $500.
That's okay. What we would say, like, what are the funds? And maybe push me.
Yes.
And it might be, we get all the information.
And then it's just.
I know it went to NIS.
Yeah, you just give us like a book, like so and so needs, you know.
Oh, okay,
So I did,
Yeah.
so, and then you, yeah.
And so, yeah,
Well, they're the only choice. And so if there's any choice, they get it. That's not so bad. And I don't know how much total fund you have, but the whole thing. You know, I have,
Yeah, you'll find somebody.
We'll find stuff.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this was a little phrase.
So always find somebody.
Right, well, and do it, and like, and even you said,
Okay.
if you don't get
Yeah.
that full versus, you know, someone doing something else rather than.
That's right across the.
So this is. Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah,
by
no, no.
TC.
But I'm thinking as a not-for-profit.
That's a weird.
Right across from the church.
I know, right, like, I know, like down, because I did Ware Road, is that, no, not Ware Road.
Yeah.
What road is that?
Right.
Back before I had my daughter, it was 20 years ago.
Is that, no, that's not.
Right.
You know, I'll check her
Just
mail
check.
address.
And you can even just send like me an email and say, no, I can, I don't need it right away.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Yeah, that's a good
Do you guys have
question.
anything? Like,
Sorry,
is there-
no, that's okay.
No,
But you're right.
Because she was out of electricity for 17 years.
They're the only ones that are here yet.
Okay, so.
And she just moved there.
And I mean, like, we give time. Yeah, so let us know.
I'm gonna check
Even
that.
like the girl like
Yes,
that.
well, that's it. I mean, some of these, you know that they're really
Yeah.
doing, you know, I know they do fundraising.
Yeah.
I know they do
Yeah.
fundraising. I know they do fundraising.
Yeah, I don't know how exactly.
Thank you.
Bye, see you later.
Oh,
I
the thing that we sent,
It's done coded.
that's kind of the check off, is that okay?
I don't look at it.
Okay.
We're busy with this.
Because it has, like, it has everything and then just kind of, bullet it out a little different so that it's a little easier.
Yeah.
It's warm enough to get them up.
They can cut the tree down.
Yeah, they can do the tree down.
No, I appreciate it.
The snow's off.
So, yeah, because you were gonna do leverage, what was that gonna go towards the actual roofing itself?
What was it last year?
I don't think it was you.
Oh, I'm the leverage.
I'm
the leverage. Well, you have to put that tree down. Yeah.
It's
all I'm gonna get my gaps on, climb up there with my chainsaw.
Okay.
I know. What was the, but they didn't have a lease?
I should have included that. Actually,
I did?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And I know that there was. Come on.
There is the 7%.
Yes. Come on.
Well, it's getting the clients to give us.
We did build.
Yeah, the document
Because that's the hardest
collection.
part of it.
Roof
Just in case
project
there was
was
one-
just in case.
Just in case when by the time he came to help, the roof versus do the work. The bid. I mean,
Right.
at some point, and obviously you can't sit this out. You got, I mean, you can't love it.
And they eventually
Yeah.
do,
Yeah.
but they,
Well,
you
this
know,
person
they don't
never
have
got
bank
anything.
accounts, they
Yeah.
don't have this, they don't have that, so they're just, you know, they don't know
Yes,
how to
oh,
pay
it's
the
such a-
taxes.
right.
It's like,
Surprised.
yeah, very
Oh,
basic.
I get it,
Yeah.
and that's why.
Yeah, we forgot to announce that at the beginning, there's tax
I
here.
mean, I understand. I can't, I got my wagon.
That's like
Cooler, yeah.
Well, yeah, oh, no.
Yeah, no, I know.
That-
When we have these meetings,
Oh,
and
no.
bring
I
it
mean,
with me,
it's just,
and I bring
we're
my
used to it
case
with the
of water,
treasury, and we
and
know
my
some of the
cooler,
clients
snacks.
with the treasury, they just,
You gotta make it
you know, we had to beg, borrow, and steal
I appreciate that.
to get their documents.
Oh, yeah.
And- But for the most part,
There you go.
My
Finally,
they have sugars come get on a rack and they'll be like.
Well, yeah.
well, and even with their husband,
Yeah.
you know, it's like,
Well, that's what I appreciate. All right, yeah. No, well, great seeing you. They got to come and meet us halfway.
Lindsay and I can
And
Is that like 2:30-ish?
I can't just be like, hey, here's some for you, here's
right,
some for you.
and it's not fair,
If
the
that's the
other
case,
ones,
then I
yeah.
don't really know what
Right, yeah, and the population that we're at with the new ones, you know,
Bye,
they're
see you.
applying
Bye.
and getting
documents.
Yeah.
No, and I guess that was. Yeah. Yeah, well, don't let that run.
Oh, no.
Okay. Friday's amazing.
That is why I
We
asked.
did, wait, I'm sorry, we
For
did,
the
yeah, town supervisor, we did.
Supervisor?
Yes, the highway one is the one they switched to.
Oh, yeah,
That'll happen at some point.
No, we'll make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not.
Lindsay, I'm the housing manager.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've seen
I think
Yeah,
it's a supervisor.
she'll be working, the staff on that, especially for right now. And we gotta transfer some over to that.
Right, you have to wait a little bit.
But
Yeah, I'm ready to roll.
Okay, all right.
And she works. I don't know how to go out.
That's what I'm gonna do too.
Well, and then there's no minimum.
No.
So the housing
that's what the
authority
holdup
was,
was.
yeah, they were going through it twice, and then they were sick, and then finance, and so our finance department was right on top of
It
it.
was the local government person or whatever that
I did. I go through it, and it's out.
with the same number, it's been such a long time. Probably.
All go through it.
Yeah, we knew it was that was.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was, they just couldn't reveal it.
No, yeah.
I mean, there were like 10 of them that I had to be like, but I keep a spreadsheet and see and Brett and see. Where it's what I need to up with, what exactly I'm waiting, and then I have a result date that, just so I know.
Right.
So you know about all the taxes.
Right,
Yes, I do.
yeah,
That's why I
did,
asked.
it's just so easy to work with them, and so, but, yeah, we'll do our best.
Yeah. That's why I had to ask for what.
It was something.
No,
Yeah.
I get it.
Okay, well, we're meeting on the 20th, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you going for fun?
It was,
Oh, Arizona.
13, so it all came in
Yeah.
the same.
You're gonna be so tan.
And so, they had to
I
take
still
special
have to
use
check the
to
weather.
from the state. So
We
once
just
you
looked dark and white.
go through that whole process,
Yeah.
then it's easier.
June, or well, our
But it
25th
changes
wedding
making sure
anniversary
that
was back in December.
He really is
So we're
social
waiting for my
service.
daughter Emma.
Yeah, so, how do you go
We're
back?
gonna go to school, and then we're gonna go.
It can't be.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, okay, she's our one and only.
They get to a certain age, they wanna go.
Oh, she's been, I'm glad, she's only been, she's been everywhere.
How old is
She's
she?
like 17.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying
Yeah. Once they get married and kids and all that.
She's, no, she wants to be a federal law enforcement. Not married at all, got lots of dogs. And yeah, I was the same way.
Yeah.
Just on the pieces of
All right.
paper.
See you later. Okay.
Not know that. See, this is where you learn something new.
Exactly.
Your job.
Oh, hey.
Did you see my email?
Okay.
At one.
Oh, I thought you were saying something.
I don't know, I wonder what we're gonna do.
Go on for some.
Yeah.
That's where I'm sitting.
Yeah, well, I hope they don't really do like show now. So like, just like watching everything instead of people would not be happy to rewatch Game 2 after. Bad things. I mean, it's fine, like I said, for character development and everything, like it's cool.
So.
I think it would be better if some things didn't happen. Do you know what? Oh, yes. I don't think he needs to die, and I think the way that they kind of kill him off is like, I don't think really need it.
Well,
Well, that's what we're gonna do. And then with this team of clients. So there's because they're always up to date.
I don't really know if I stopped it or paused it, but I did, I'll have to ask. But they don't need this. Yeah, you play as obviously Ellie and then Abby, and it's the other characters. And so you're her the entire time, and you're like not rooting for her, but you're like coming across people that you know on Ellie's team. Is you have to fight off like Joe's brother and things like that. But you don't want to kill him because you know him, he's helping you and everything. And then when you're Ellie, he's helping Ellie, but now because you're Abby, you have to fight him. And so it's forcing those all those different things to come.
Oh, right. I'll explain it.
Which is
So-
kind of like, it's a little, I know what they're trying to do, it's like, it's two sides of the story. But like, yeah, it's also really fun because like, when you're.
And then there's apocalypse.
Yeah, like when you're in office, and then like there's guys that, you don't have that perspective, so it's like.
But I feel like yesterday was-
Joe's brother wouldn't be.
I was wondering if that's actually.
Right, you know, but they're trying to force that on you, so like, oh,
And then,
Yeah.
hardship is on.
And her like reasoning, I forget. Well, I know it's the healing has to break into the lab, I think, because of people that she knew because she was raised in this lab or something like that. And I forget what it is. I forget if it's a nod at what happens at the very end or if it's a nod at like kind of the beginning of the story before you like knew who Joel was and he does all these bad things and kind of how him and Tommy commented on it before where they killed and stolen from all these different factions of people and things like that. But I'm like, who cares? And like, how many people have we come in contact with that just are attacking them for no reason? I mean, it's not like you go up to humans who are oh, we're here to help you. You know, it's always like, because the monsters are going to kill us.
Well,
I'm the same.
dog eat dog.
Yeah, it's like fair game.
Yeah, especially in the first couple of years.
I mean, I would love it for it to be, you know, we're all here working together and you're all one side.
Your family's starving, I guess. It's like,
Yeah.
that's the idea of it.
And so that's, I think, her entire, like, push to doing everything was that he did this to this lab or something like that. And it's like, oh, what is the finale have to do with the lab? Yes. Okay, so then it is a nod towards that. Okay, so I think she goes through with it and she starts to, they kind of try to start mass producing her blood or something like that. So, and then he ends up burning it all down. And that's the yeah. Then if that's around the finale, then I hope they don't continue it down the origins.
I mean, unless they do like where Andy Brunson is alive and then it creates a conflict with Joel.
I know, it was so funny when we interviewed him, he's like,
They just don't need to long.
that's like, nobody ever says that. I thought that was a funny.
It's so brutal, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, because in my opinion, in this, it's, I think
He's still working at his.
because I don't know how the demons in the show.
No, we didn't go to you.
Right.
How to say it without swallowing it.
Well, of course you can tell you.
Right, but
Oh, no, you.
There's potential, I think, I don't know how people will react when they find out.
Oh, yeah. It's like the world that's like fallen in love with these two characters.
Well, I mean, like, in the
Okay,
show,
bye.
is how I should put it, where, I don't know, people might not react kindly to. You looked up that Marengo property? Is that?
Oh, you think this episode's gonna be?
It was at one time.
I think, well, oh, I mean in the show, I mean character wise.
Okay, so him perceived in the show as other people?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so like,
Mike's
that
father.
opens up that.
I guess we're gonna ask
conversation.
You, Larry, and I.
But you need, it's not part of the
I don't like that term though.
Yes.
No, like, she's right around
I was trying to.
They run in the.
Well,
Yeah, I'm sure it was. I started to look it up. I wondered if it was gonna make
I think he's.
I was,
I won't spoil it.
You were heading it.
I was
That's
off,
so interesting.
2016
I
I
wish
got
this was longer though.
Did I go after this?
If we do shift.
So I've been doing it like 20.
I'm thinking more,
This
yeah,
is-
more, at least.
Like we should have some seasons almost.
Yeah, and I know, I think I was on it for probably 4 or 5 years while I was on the
Didn't
board.
get to see
At least.
like tests.
I'd have to look back, I'm not gonna find it.
I'm curious how they just have the long range.
And then I saw Larry had some fundraising.
Where I went to.
Really?
And then I thought, well, she's gone. You know, maybe we're.
So I'm like,
She's definitely.
oh, wow, I really enjoy being on that board.
You know what, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that many meetings, I mean, there are obviously some long ones here. But,
And so like,
I just like it.
like they wanted.
Doing it nice.
to be successful.
Yeah, I like to know what's going on,
They did that,
and,
let's have them make gangs, like.
you know,
Yeah.
then we drive around the county, it's like,
Yeah. Yes,
We-
and I've
we
been,
find
in
it's
that- like I said, I've been in that Berkshire one, it's in Johnsburg, and they kept the old gym.
Yeah, like.
And,
it's fine.
I'm really impressed with what they did there, so, you know, it's the same group that's doing this other one, it's so.
We want more of the.
yeah,
I'm kinda looking at
I was
that.
surprised with this, we got all the taxes.
Yeah, that's
Like that.
unbelievable, yeah.
State of Illinois, it's like,
Yeah, I'm
wow.
impressed.
Yeah.
There's an awful lot.
So, and I don't know,
Yes.
It's like,
Yes.
like you said, normally they come in, well,
yeah, we're
applying for this.
yeah,
And
that's
that's what I
like,
was
well,
telling
it's gonna be like a
whoever
little
else
bit.
we can talk about it, and they're like, oh, I haven't seen it in a lot.
Kinda funny.
Other people are like, oh, it's pretty good. Like,
So where are you working now?
character development.
So the bank I was working for
There's no like
in
zombie
Crystal
apocalypse,
Lake,
it's not really. There's very few episodes.
Golden Eagle
here.
Community Bank, I found out by having credit. So I didn't change jobs.
Oh, you just changed your.
I just changed jobs.
Yeah, oh, isn't that one in Woodstock? By the Jewel, that's an ad,
Yes.
how do you
I
say
would
that?
say
Advia.
definitely the last.
Yeah, so, actually, it's the first buyout I've
We
been at.
knew kind of knew that's what they were doing.
Yeah, because usually they do a
Hour or
sleep,
whatever,
right?
but we
That's what
weren't
I'm,
sure exactly
yeah.
what he-
Well, what happened
he just
was
started
we
to
had-
tell her that that's what's gonna happen.
What's the last time?
Oh, you do.
Yeah, that was
Golden
that
Eagle.
was.
Right.
And so that would have been interesting.
One guy said, I'm out of here right now.
Oh, one guy left on his
I
own.
mean, he left.
Ah.
Happened.
Rather than
Right.
just.
Another guy said, oh, I'm retired.
Oh, okay.
Another guy retired.
Are you on?
I'm not ready yet, I'm staying.
Two others went to another bank.
Oh, wow.
You know, so it's like, you know, I'm the last one there.
Yeah, that's
Say hi.
Yeah.
I got about another year left.
Oh, perfect, okay.
Yeah, yeah. I think I'm gonna retire next year too.
I don't want to go through another recession. In the
I stopped this because I don't know if you know.
Yeah. But then, you know, here, I'm retired, you know. So I keep working to kind of shore it up.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I haven't tapped that into that for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, I probably can,
Hope it goes back. It'll-
yeah, because I probably don't have to either.
Yeah, it'll go back up.
Yeah.
But you're right, if you were retiring right now and you were counting on this
Yeah.
to live on, it would be a really
It'd be tough, yeah.
Very tough time. So, where you working, you said you were going to retire?
I'm only working part-time now anyways, you know, so it's like, I got the best of both worlds right now, you know. But I've got friends, you know, what do you guys want to do today? And it's like, that are now, you know, it's like, well, I think you know, like I play pickleball. And I have friends that play pickleball every morning. It's like, can you girls give me a break? Because I get the message, oh, we'll be there at 9 o'clock. I'm like, I'm in a meeting at 9 o'clock.
That's really taken off from what I.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Pickleball. We were down in Scottsdale.
Oh, probably
Weeks ago.
Oh man,
And we
porch everywhere.
we're driving by this, you know, housing that they went, I know.
Oh my
People
God.
out there playing pickleball.
And it's really neat. But it can really hurt yourself, and people have. I've sprained my
I tried
wrist.
really hard to.
Well, people have fallen.
Cover our
I mean,
bases.
who's playing? All those old people. That's really fun.
Yeah, and I'm getting up there with them, so
I just talked to Mike Iwaniki, he's the head of the Veterans Association here. And I know him and his wife. He goes, we're taking a retirement next year and moving to Bayfield, Wisconsin. I'm like, oh my gosh.
moving to Wisconsin.
Yeah, like Bayfield is like way north, way north. It's like, wow. Good for you, Mike.
Yeah, people ask me, what, you guys gonna move, you gonna retire? It's like, I don't have any desire to live full time.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've got
Texas.
2 grandchildren here, you know, why would you move away? I mean, I don't mind the 4 seasons, I like the 4 seasons, so, yeah.
We've got 3 grandkids, and we're up in Minneapolis area.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, that's more interesting.
You know what?
This way.
And what, 6-hour drive? About?
What is this?
Yeah.
So that's doable.
That's doable, you're right, that's
We're going up
doable.
there this weekend.
Yeah.
We'll leave on Friday
Yeah.
afternoon and come back on Monday.
Yeah.
I don't even know
That's
that.
perfect, right? Yeah.
So you don't get too tired of us.
Yeah, right, and want us to come back sometime.
My oldest son is on it, so he's not married. And he's for bedtime, so we stay with
Oh,
him.
wonderful.
So we stay with
That,
him.
and then you go visit the grandkids. Oh, that's.
Check up
so
on 'em.
Did you originally come from Minnesota? How'd they end up there?
You know, I've lived in McHenry since '84.
Okay.
They both went to school.
Oh, that'll do it, I think.
And they liked it so much, and there were no ties, girlfriends, boyfriends.
Yeah. Oh, here.
Here, to bring
Oh,
them back.
yeah.
So when they graduate, it's like,
They're not
I
going
like
here
this.
to get started
Yeah.
again.
look for jobs.
That makes sense, yeah.
You're like, oh, that's.
Yeah, my-
Yes? Okay.
My daughter met her husband.
Okay.
Oh, well, sure.
Okay. Do we have consumer credit counseling services here? They are not here yet. Oh, but ElderWorks is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to come up? and-
Sure. Let me take the mint out of my mouth.
Thank you for coming in early.
Not a
Certainly
problem.
appreciate it.
I want to thank all of you for allowing us to be here today, but I do not envy your job on this commission at all. But I thank you for everything you guys do, because we get to see as ElderWorks firsthand the good that happens, because we work with those seniors and those children of seniors that need that affordable housing and different things like that. And thank you. Last year, we did receive funding through this commission. See if I can do this. Are most of you familiar with ElderWorks? Because if you're not, I will explain, but I think you've read the information, you know what we do. Specifically, it's our social services and case management program that we were asking for funding for. And it is to provide aging counseling and making sure they are getting connected to the resources within McHenry County to have them age in place, if at all possible. There are times when they cannot age in place because of a mortgage that is above where they are, even with getting them to different resources. But traditionally, the cases that our social services program works with, we are aging them in their own home and providing them the resources and support. These are partners that we work with on a regular basis. The first one up there, McHenry County Social Services work team has taken to literally giving their clients a direct cell phone to ElderWorks so that ElderWorks can get to that senior quicker and can get to that social services support person, and there is no delay in there. These other organizations we all partner with, support, and both receive referrals from and to, whether it's food drives or different things like that. Consumer events, this is a way we're able to keep seniors at home. The grant is not paying for the events or the education. What it is helping with is getting that coordination so we can get that senior to that education to teach them something that will allow them to age well. These are two really quick cases that I wanted to bring up to you. The first one, I think you all can read, but thank you for everything, working with your social services team and by taking different programs by ElderWorks. I was better able to care for my husband, understand his dementia, communicate our needs better with our support team, and I'm trying to take better care of myself to ensure we get to stay in our home. This particular family, they needed many different resources, but it was a pride thing. They didn't want their family to know how things were going. And with him being having dementia, a couple has a tendency to try and keep that encapsulated in their own world so it doesn't affect anyone. Working with them, I'm happy to say this particular family is 18 months out from our first contact with them. They now have grandchildren visiting on a regular basis. They've opened up their doors, and this particular family has lived in McHenry County for 50 years. Resources. There was a question the last time I sat in front of you guys about how are you not duplicating services within McHenry County. Before somebody has a chance to ask that, it's the hand holding. It's the taking the time to get to know that individual and providing the education for them to stay at home. Connecting them with budgeting, connecting them with different things. All of the agencies that are going to be social services are going to sit before you, and they all have a value within McHenry County. We can't do it by ourselves. Together, united, we help McHenry County. So we're a connector and a navigator. A little recap for you, because we were funded, this is just from October to December last year. Our case management, specifically for McHenry County, reached 55 documented cases. 52 out of the 55 have met their goals or are in the process of meeting their goals. And that's in a 3-month period of time. Now, please note, we had almost 100, and at last count, when I looked at it, 107 individuals in McHenry County that reached out that did not want to give us information to build a case. So they did not want to give us anything other than we are above 60 years old and we live in McHenry County. So they didn't want to give us anything additional, whether they wouldn't give us an email or an exact zip code. So that gives you another base for that. That does not include, these are just social services cases. This does not include any of the cases that actually called ElderWorks that we connected seniors and their families in McHenry County that received education pieces that are allowing them to stay at home. This is just what we could track for that. So with the funding that we're asking for, it'll be 250 plus seniors in McHenry County. We are ElderWorks Educational Services. We help seniors, but the adult child who's in the workforce that's trying to care for their parent, we are helping because it's affecting that senior, right? And so being able to provide and assist over 1,500 with questions on aging, different support surface, from McRide to being able to get them into a senior center, different pieces, it's affecting more individuals in McHenry County. The main thing I want you to know is our overall mission is to make sure that the seniors within McHenry County feel valued. We reduce their isolation. COVID was not kind to our seniors. It truly wasn't. We dropped off 1,500 Make a Senior Smile cards to seniors in this last year so that they had them. I personally have a mailing list for McHenry County that I put postage on to make sure that those seniors get a card in the mail. It's a way that they get a reach out. We want to make sure that we promote quality in their life, their mental health, their nutrition, their health and wellness. That all pays together. How we're funded, I know I have a minute left. We work to fund ourselves as much as possible. Donations, grants, legacy giving, in memory of, and then our continuing education is a piece for professionals where we are raising funds to be able to do what we do, as well as professional stipends. We understand the urgent need here within McHenry County, and I thank you. And hopefully I didn't just break it.
No,
okay. It would be my luck. I got through it without choking. So I know that there will be some additional questions, and I would like to hear from you guys. Let us know what you have questions on.
So the budget page that I print out was pretty basic. And there's other grants and funding, the 50,000 to make this work. So that would be what you just showed up there on that screen, is that?
Yes. Yes, we have a $20,000 grant specifically for McHenry County that ElderWorks was able to receive for social services.
From
McHenry County, the Community Foundation.
Community Foundation.
So that's part of that bonus piece in there, as well as fundraisers that we have coming up. We have one in April.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Lou.
How many employees do you have? How many caseworkers do you have?
We have one full-time social worker, or social services person, and we have a 20-hour person that is covering social services for the organization. Social services in McHenry County is near and dear to ElderWorks because we started within McHenry County, and our social services specialist lives in McHenry County and is dedicated to making sure McHenry County seniors have what they need.
When did you guys start? Because, to be quite honest, I don't think you're well known in McHenry County.
So ElderWorks actually celebrated our 10-year anniversary on September 1st.
Wow.
We are in our year of celebration, so we actually have an art fundraiser that'll be in May. We have a trivia fundraiser in April that we're doing. We cover all of Illinois as an organization. Our office is in Palatine. The social services person for McHenry County is in McHenry County 3 to 4 days a week, and in the center once a week. But our social media presence, our professional referrals from whether it's the McHenry County Sheriff's Police, whether it is the hospital system, mental health systems, that's where a lot of our referrals come from. We're trying to get back to a lot more grassroots efforts as far as presentations at the churches. And we have information in all of our senior centers as well. But our team, while we cover a big area, there will be officially 12 of us on the 26th of this month when we hire another part-time person to do some education. So we are a small team, but we are mighty. I think the question last year was, if we didn't get the funds, what will you guys do? We'll be knocking on doors and we will still be doing what we're doing because we're not going to leave any senior behind. We help anybody that asks and anybody that reaches out.
If I continue?
Absolutely.
So the numbers you gave us on the number of people that you assisted.
55.
Is that just for McHenry County?
That is McHenry County.
Okay, thank you.
That was a similar question I had. It's just, for this particular position that we're funding, how many cases do you expect them to handle?
In 2022, in McHenry County, they had 200 plus cases. We are estimating that it'll be over 225 to 250, could be as high as 300. And the reason some of those cases is we try and service all of their needs, and they could be long going. So it could be a case that we have for a week or two, and we have others that have been working with our social services team for 6 months or sometimes longer. Sometimes things change. We had a husband-wife team. We worked with them, got them settled, and then she passed away. And she was sometimes in couples, and when I say this, people get, oh, this isn't good. One's the brains and one's the brawn. And when you lose the one that is the brains of a couple, then you need to look at other support systems. And in this case, we were hands-on on the phone with APS to make sure that that senior had what they needed. That senior needed other supports. We worked with some other organizations in the area. We actually dropped off food, so he had food before a winter storm came in. And then APS had set up things through senior services to make sure other things would be put in progress. So some of them come off service and then another case may be built. But all of those 55 in that 3-month period, those are all one case. There are no duplicate cases in those 55.
I'm sorry, I have another question.
That's fine.
Are your cases, how do I put this? Are you looking at low to moderate incomes?
All those 55
Just
cases,
Okay.
all are under. I can tell you the exact.
But is that a criteria for your?
For social services, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Their monthly income is under the 80%, and most of them are between at 50 or under.
Okay.
Okay. I don't see any more questions. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
and
Hopefully I
joining
didn't
us.
break this.
No, you're fine.
I'm sure you didn't. Two are credits here, so we'll just load up their powers if we need to.
Oh, you already have it.
That was his fair.
Yeah, this is just.
Thanks, Don.
Should be.
Hi there. Hi, how are you?
Thank you for coming.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry I
Like
wasn't
the-
early.
That's wonderful. We certainly appreciate that.
I just came from the United Way, so.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about, introduce yourself, tell us about
Sure,
the program? Tony will be keeping time
Hi,
for
Tony.
us, so we've got 10 minutes for the presentation and about 5 for the questions.
Okay, great. I'm Donna Rasmussen. I'm with Consumer Credit Counseling Service. I'm the new executive director. Donna Jacobiak retired in December. So I had been the assistant executive director for the last couple of years, and so now I'm swinging over into this position. So this program that we're asking for funding for is for our housing counseling for McHenry County, and everyone here, I know, probably, I feel like I'm saying the same thing to everybody all the time, but our mission, and we're dedicated to this mission, and we feel like we really work through it, power through it, and do exactly this. We strengthen and empower communities through counseling, educating and serving people in housing and personal finance, and that's what we do all day, every day. And so we have been helping low to moderate income renters and homeowners in our county to improve their financial struggles with education, counseling, and referrals to other services as they are needed. For this program, we're requesting $10,000 to provide the housing services to approximately 60 homeowner families in the county. Last year, this is why we need this funding. Last year, we served 216 households with 239 counseling sessions. So a lot of times people will come back. During these counseling sessions, we sometimes find that they come for one thing, and then we find there's so many other things that they are struggling with, and so they will come back. 167 of those sessions were to people who were below the 80% of LMI. That's 154 households, which is 72% of our counseling sessions are to people in the low to moderate income. And these are all the last year's housing sessions, and they're right up there. 45 mortgage default, 10 pre-purchase, 6 reverse mortgages, and I think we're seeing that increase already this year. People are wanting to stay in their home, and everything is getting so expensive that they are looking into HECMs now. So 8 bankruptcy sessions, I think that's going to go up 2 this year. Debt management sessions, we did 5, and then 93 budget counseling sessions. Some of those may have rolled over into other, into the homeowner sessions because we find different things that they need. So this is what happens during a counseling session. So people will call in, they talk to our front staff. Front staff requests that they send paperwork to us.
Once that paperwork is received, our schedulers, Linda and Aurora, our bilingual receptionists, will schedule the session once the paperwork has been turned in. So they meet one-on-one in a private counseling session with their counselor, and they review information that was sent to us in that intake paperwork. They make referrals, provide resources, and suggest changes to the client's current budget. Our counselors really try and create a balanced budget for our clients. A lot of times they come in and not even knowing what their budget is, never having, nobody balances their bank statement anymore and reconciles, and they just look at their app, so people don't even know what their budget is. So our counselors are really great at making sure that everybody knows that. Then one of the requirements after a counseling session, at the end, the client will walk away with an action plan, the things that they've agreed to do and understand that is necessary in order to maintain their budget, and follow through with these steps, hopefully. And the counselor will follow up at least one time, two times generally with the client post-appointment, and a lot of times they come back, as I said, for additional counseling sessions. And they often meet several times as they work through the current concern and as they maybe have different things that they're struggling with. So for 2023, we estimate that we're going to be doing 200 counseling sessions in McHenry County, and a percentage of those, 20% of those, are going to be for 175 households will have 200 counseling sessions, 70% of these will be low to moderate income, below 80%, and a lot of them are going to be 50 and maybe a lot in 30 as well. So for this program, we're hoping to assist 60 counseling sessions for 55 households. And that's that. So, well, within my 10 minutes. I hope I didn't talk too fast. So, any questions?
No questions, okay.
Well, I got one. I should know this, but I don't. I learned the other day that you're willing, CCCS goes outside of McHenry County.
Yes.
And do you get funding from other counties? Or is it just the councils, the interview fee? Or?
Oh, no. So we have funding from Lake County CDBG money from their video gaming grant. So we help people that have addiction, with gambling and video gaming. And so we do counseling sessions for Lake County. And we work with the King County Mediation Program as well.
Thanks. The one I had was Boone County.
Oh, but we don't have to stay in our county. A lot of our funding is IDA funding, and we get a lot of funding that is not county specific.
Well, I understood that you could go statewide.
Mm-hmm. We counsel in southern Wisconsin as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And our financial literacy we do everywhere. My goal is to have one financial literacy workshop in every state. So. We're 2 states now, so 48 to go.
Do the high schools still have anything like, when I was in high school, they had I forget what it was called, but you learned how to balance a checkbook.
Oh, we had a business class when I was in high school.
Do they even have that anymore?
They do not. So Illinois is not, the school ISB in Illinois does not require financial literacy in a classroom. A social studies teacher can take a semester in high school and devote that to financial literacy and budgeting.
Wouldn't that make sense?
It would totally. We really try to get into high schools. We go into the break, the teen center, and we do financial literacy workshops with them, and we try to get into the schools, but they're so regimented,
Oh, I
and
know.
they're so,
The
it's
test.
so hard to get in there, teaching to the test, yeah.
Do you get good response from the kids at the break?
You know, we do. In fact, I'll tell you a funny story. So we play this bean game, and we use M&Ms. They get their own individual M&M packs, and they have to budget their M&Ms according to their needs. They have to put special, they have to do their needs, and then they have leftover M&Ms that they can spend on whatever. And then we spin a wheel, and then they have to either they get a raise and they get another bean or two or M&M. But sometimes something happens, like they have a flat tire and they take a bean away, so they have to readjust their budget. So this kid was in 7th grade, and he spun the wheel, and he had to take a bean away because he had to go to a wedding. So we're like, well, you have to take this bean away. And he says, well, hold on a second. He goes, how well do I know this guy? He says, do I have to get him a gift, or can I give him a card? What if I make the card? And I'm like, you know what? You don't need this card. It'll be fine. So, yeah, but we really, we do workshops at Family Services in Kane County too for theirs, and we're really trying to get into the schools. And we're in the college now, though. We just did 2 workshops at MCC, and we're doing workshops for TRIO programs and some of the colleges too, the federal program.
Do you have any other questions? Thank
It's
you
all
for
ready
coming
today.
in, Deanna. We have another day of presentations tomorrow and
Okay.
deliberations tomorrow afternoon. I kind of overheard Hans say maybe 2:30ish we should be starting those deliberations. You can watch online, or feel free to come back in.
Great.
But thanks for
Thank you
coming.
so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, I see Susan, so if you'd like to come up. Tony is doing a great job at keeping time for us, and we've got 10 minutes for presentations and about 5 for questions, so.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Some of you have seen a few of these slides before, so you have my permission to doze off until about 11:11. So you'll be good.
5 minutes?
Yeah, a whole 5 minutes. My name is Suzanne Hoban. I'm with the Family Health Partnership Clinic in Crystal Lake. Some of you may or may not know much about Family Health Partnership Clinic. We opened 27 years ago. We were a response to a community need, which was to provide health care for people who had no other access to care, completely uninsured. We see about 7,000 patient visits annually. That makes up about 1,700 to 1,800 individuals. We operate with all volunteer physicians. All of our physicians are volunteer. However, we do have staff nurse practitioners. They really do a lot of the majority of the care. We provide a variety of services: primary care, dental care, integrated mental health. We have specialty care such as endocrinology clinics. We have a physical therapy clinic. We have optometry, orthopedics, etc. We don't take Medicaid. There are other clinics in the county who do take Medicaid, so that's great. So we will be taking the people who really have little to no other access to care. And we're not a free clinic. Fees are on a sliding fee scale based on income and family size, but if people can't pay, they don't pay. But most people actually do pay. When I compared the percentage of our patients who at least pay something, I was talking to one of my board members from Northwestern, and she said that pay rate is actually higher percentage-wise than the hospital gets. Wow. So again, they're not paying $50,000, granted, but about 92% of our patients pay something. So how do we work? We work just like a regular doctor's office. People make appointments to come in, they're screened for their income, and put on a specific sliding fee scale, but that's really, again, where the similarity stops. So while the patients are there, we do all of their lab work, and we get them their medication whenever possible, which is most of the time. We always have bilingual interpreters available. About 60% of our staff is bilingual. And the average patient pays somewhere between $15 to $25 per visit at everything. That includes the medications, that includes the labs, etc. And really the goal is barrier-free health care, because That kind of health care actually provides better outcomes for patients. So we'll do a quick little tour of the clinic. This is where those of you who know the clinic can sleep. We have a 10,000 square foot facility that we built 10 years ago in Crystal Lake. Prior to that, we had been in Woodstock, and prior to that, we had been in Harvard. We have just literally marched right down Route 14. A lot of people think of clinics like ours as being dark little places in the basement of some church, a windowless, soulless room full of people doing great things. But we actually have a really nice clinic because our patients deserve a space that makes them feel valued and respected, and that they will get good clinical care, which they do. Our exam rooms, we also have an integrated food pantry. It's really important that our patients oftentimes don't have enough food at home, and so food insecurity is a big piece of what we do. So we just make sure that they do have access to food whenever possible. We have a gardening program in the summertime, which last year provided 4,000 pounds of fresh produce to our patients. This is where I really want to focus on why we do things the way that we do, because the outcomes are excellent. So when we do our regular quality assurance programs, we compare our outcomes with national benchmarks. And for example, people with diabetes, 49% of our patients who are diagnosed have their diabetes under control, which it should be higher, of course, but when you look at the national statistics, for people who are on Medicaid, it's only 35% are under control, and people who have private commercial PPO, only 35% are under control. It means that the model that we're using actually works. The same thing with patients with hypertension. Our patients have better outcomes without having insurance, often not having the language, and often always being a low income. They have better outcomes than people with private insurance. So for our proposal, we really want to expand and enhance our access to pharmaceuticals to our uninsured patients. We do have an on-site dispensary. Again, that term has taken on new meanings, and I want to assure you that it is simply a pharmacy without a pharmacy license. Some of our most recent achievements with the dispensary is that last year we provided almost $2 million worth of medication free to patients. We never charge for medication. We had a partnership with Walgreens in the fall to provide more than 100 flu vaccines. And we had a partnership with Alberts and Osco a couple weeks ago to provide free shingles and pneumonia vaccines to 40 patients. That was more than $30,000 worth of vaccine, which is unbelievable. Our patients, for the most part, are high risk, and all of these vaccines would have been out of reach for any of them to get on their own. We also worked very hard with the state legislature to pass the Illinois Drug Repository Law. This means that we can now accept in-date, sealed specific medications for redeployment elsewhere. This was a very big effort on the part of many clinics like ours statewide, and we don't talk about this very much because frankly we don't have the staff to manage it if we suddenly got 24 boxes of medication in. We don't have the staff to do it yet, but that's coming. We needed to get the law in place first, and we still do get those donations. In my application, I talked a little bit about Dispensary of Hope, which is an amazing organization out of Nashville. They really work as a clearinghouse to get donated medications from the pharmaceutical companies and then redeploy it to clinics like ours. We do have a fee to participate in that. It's $7,500. It's worth it. We get probably about $500,000 worth of medication from Dispensary of Hope for free. We order it weekly so that none of our medications expire. It's a great investment for us. So our request for this is support for our existing staff as well as a pharmacy assistant. We had attempted to do this last year using a nurse in the place. It was not as cost effective as we wanted to. We feel like we've really redesigned the model, and by using simply a pharmacy assistant, we get better bang for the buck. It also includes the subscription to Dispensary of Hope. There's our dispensary, and again, it doesn't look very full, but it's because we order weekly. We just don't want anything to expire. Our population need the access to medical care, including the pharmaceuticals. Every month, we fill 1,100 prescriptions, and every month that's for about 370 individuals. So you can see that our patients are getting multiple meds because they have multiple illnesses. Our goal is to keep them out of the hospital, keep it much more cost effective, and save healthcare dollars all down the road. So I'm going to answer any questions.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
Dispensary of Hope, they get that medication sent, they repackage it and send it to you in volume?
Yeah, so what they do is they get it delivered in pallets full. There is an enormous warehouse and pharmacy processing center there. So they will get it in palletfuls or in quantities that we would never use. They can repackage it into smaller, we can order it, and then it's shipped to us. And we don't pay anything other than that $7,500 fee.
So then when somebody comes with a prescription to you, you can just fill that out and they get a new jar and a new tag?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It's a great organization. Anything else?
What's your ask?
Our ask is $33,500. And that, well, on the staff review, it wanted to know how many people that was going to be serving. And in reality, that serves probably about 1,500 people. Because I can't even think of the last time a patient came in that didn't need some prescription. You know, they're not coming in for their little wellness checks and, yep, you're great, go on and have a good day. So. Anything else?
Any other questions?
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I know in the past we funded your van that goes around the county.
Yes.
And how is that working out?
Right now it's slow because really when we bought that van, that was, of course, like everything was pre-COVID. So we were using that to work with Pioneer Center in particular, and we were using that at the old courthouse as well, the old firehouse. So we were doing a lot of homeless outreach and homeless health care there. That whole thing has changed completely. First of all, based on COVID, but also Pioneer now has the year-round shelter. And there is not one gathering spot anymore for those who are completely unhoused. You really almost have to know where those encampments are to go out to get them. It was just easier when we were at the firehouse. So now we're using it, for example, we used it during COVID to deliver medications to people who couldn't get out. We use it now just for kind of pop-up clinics. Like if we're gonna do a flu clinic somewhere, we've done them at Youth and Family Center. So we'll use that to do a pop-up clinic for like flu clinics and things like that. It's not being used for the homeless outreach anymore because that whole system has changed quite a bit. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Well, thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Suzanne, for coming in.
Who gets the cup? Is that like the best presentation of the day?
There's chocolates there if you want one. Let's just pass around.
So I've contacted everyone by email. I'm told Turning Point will be in at 11:30. New Directions will be here at 11:40. Prairie State said they're trying to get the attorney that's going to present to come in as early as possible. Refuge for Women has an emergency and is not going to be able to make it today at all, is asking if they can attend tomorrow. And I haven't heard quite yet from Workforce.
Okay.
Is anybody opposed to letting them come tomorrow?
I'm not opposed.
I'll reach out to Edith and let her know. That's okay with everything.
So our next one won't be here for 10 or 15 minutes, is that what you?
Yeah, I've got 11:20 now. He said he'll be here at 11:30.
They were told me half hour here before their time. I guess they don't do
Yeah,
that
he said
stuff.
12:40, so it's, yeah. It's quite a bit.
It is what it is.
Guess if we could just get him more questions.
Do we have any housekeeping things we can answer for today? We'll have lunch tomorrow before deliberations. You've got your spreadsheets. We'll go over anything I can with now.
I'm gonna take advantage of the chocolate. Sometimes, since you mentioned it.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. They're little coins. Scrooge McDuck flag.
Faith, will we have a future meeting at the end tomorrow then?
I just asked her if she can do it first thing.
What's that?
I'm just checking to see if there's anything else.
So you were asking me about the model, the one Habitat for Humanity, keeping their own mortgage.
Right,
And Jerry was saying that they use the opposite model.
right.
There's like advantages and disadvantages
It would,
to both of them. You know, the advantage, Jerry was saying, is they get their money right away and they can reinvest it. The advantage to the having your own mortgages is those customers aren't paying any interest
oh,
at all.
gotcha.
So there isn't any interest in
Right.
it, just return the principal, hopefully.
Just return principal. I guess there's advantages to the clients.
Right, yeah.
It's an interesting model.
Yeah, you need some framework behind you to do that.
I always find it interesting how much those restores generate, which I mean, it's just.
Yeah.
Oh, the
selling-
Habitat stores?
Selling, yeah, reused
Stuff.
stuff from.
Yeah, house stuff.
One summer I worked for AmeriCorps assigned to a restore. And so we did deconstruction. You go into the house that's about to be leveled.
Oh,
And you take the wooden banisters, the handrails, the mirrors, the toilets, you know, whatever.
yeah, that you can
Right, just
resell.
throwing it out in the dumpster.
Right. Put it in the truck, take it back to the store. It's all summer, just house to house.
Huh.
Yeah, but those stores were busy. I mean, it's like a lot of contractors going there, you
Yeah.
know. need another toilet for your renovation.
Right.
Yeah.
It's interesting to walk around in there. Where did this come from?
Yeah.
4 bathtubs, yeah, like that.
The one that made me kind of sick was there's a house. Probably like a $200,000 home built. It was only like 6 years old. But the neighbor was a doctor and he wanted to buy the lot for a pool. So he bought it just to take this house down. And, I mean, we were taking granite countertops and just, it's like wasteful, but good for the restore.
What did they do over the weekend now? Someone paid $17 million for essentially a lot in Lake Geneva.
Yes.
And they're tearing down the house.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna do a tear down.
This is, that's a big controversy.
Somebody with
The
too much
boat
money in their
house.
pocket.
You're not allowed to do boat houses in Lake Geneva.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
You're not allowed to do boathouses on Crystal Lake?
On Geneva,
Oh, Geneva.
in Lake Geneva.
Or some of them are.
God, what are the rich
close to
people
the
gonna
water.
do?
I know.
Gotta have a house for their boat.
Refuges.
Okay, well, thank you for coming in
Thank you.
early. If you'd like to introduce
Oh,
yourself,
sign it.
tell us about your
Okay.
program. Tony is
Okay.
our timekeeper for
Got it.
presentations. We've got 10 minutes and about 5 minutes
Well,
after that for questions.
No, thank you for taking me early. My office is across the street on Russell Court, so I was able to walk over here, which was a mistake, 'cause it's cold and windy, actually.
Yeah, you
Should have taken my car.
Yeah.
Anyway, my name is Paul Zukowski. I'm the managing attorney for the Woodstock Office of Prairie State Legal Services. For those of you who don't know, Prairie State is a legal aid organization, which means we provide free legal advice and representation to low-income folks, disabled, and seniors. The Woodstock office is one of 12 Prairie State offices. We cover all of northern Illinois outside of Cook County. The Woodstock office represents individuals who live in McHenry County or who have a legal matter in the McHenry County courts. We are, I mean, that's kind of the general rundown. We are, like I said, our clients are low income. That's based upon 200% of federal poverty level. That's what they need in order to qualify and apply or bring their expenses down to 125% of federal poverty level. Certain types of services that we provide for seniors and domestic violence victims don't have income and asset limits. Roughly speaking, most of our cases fall into the 3 categories of public benefits, housing, or family law. In the family law, mostly being domestic violence. So that's it. So I'm open for questions. I want to thank Faith for sending me the cheat sheet, the questions in advance.
So your ask is to help fund an attorney for housing.
Correct.
That's what it looks like to me.
Well, to continue our services, yes.
Continue. Okay.
And how much is that asking again?
I believe the request was 30,000.
Okay. Is that
So, well, I guess, I mean,
additional attorney or to keep the attorney on staff? Is that what
it's hopefully to hire another either attorney or portion of an attorney. Let me explain. Like I think I don't know if a lot of other nonprofits follow this model, but a lot of our positions are partially funded. Like for instance, since I would say I'm 50% VOCA, which means 50% of my salary is funded by a VOCA grant. Other attorneys are different, the senior grant, CDBG. So hopefully this would fund approximately a half of an attorney position if we could get it filled. But one of the questions was about the ask being, I guess, less or smaller scale, I guess was a reference to what we put in the application. We did have a request to, or we had previous funding that we had to basically had to return because we weren't able to fill the position. So we're hoping that's, I think, a challenge to a lot of nonprofits as we're having difficulty competing with the private sector, particularly as it relates to lawyers. But hopefully this funding would either address the half salary if we could hire the new individual, or go toward the salary of the existing staff who have had to take on the housing cases since the housing attorney left last summer. So there was a previous CDBG funded housing stability attorney position that was funded. We attempted to refill it, and then the grant year was almost halfway through. We didn't fill it, so we gave the money back.
Can you explain more about what the housing stability?
So that's a staff attorney position, but they're grant restricted, which means they would be their caseload would be solely housing cases. So and specifically housing stability cases, which mostly would mean eviction defense, and then also working with the housing authority maybe to maintain a subsidy or a voucher. So, but primarily eviction defense.
How many cases right now do you guys have?
Just housing cases?
Yeah, the housing.
I would say at any one time, the office has about 30, give or take 25 to 30 active.
Okay.
But they're coming in and they're being closed,
Right.
you know? And that's a good caseload for one staff attorney, but right now we're splitting it among 3 people. So, because that's what we had to do, so.
Right.
Are you seeing a trend one way or another in those?
Well, the rental assistance money has decreased, and we're getting to I don't forget the point, but the issue with rental assistance is it requires landlord cooperation, and sometimes that's not. Sometimes the landlord just simply wants to evict the tenant. So that's our problem, I guess. But in terms of this, I guess the rental assistance kind of prevented the eviction surge from really happening in like 2021 or 2022. Now that the 12 to 18 months of funding that people were getting at that time has expired, so there's now new eviction cases that are coming online. So I think there is a little bit of a surge. I don't have any numbers in particularly, but I think in terms of the number of calls we're getting, I think there's a little bit of an increase. I think that's also, it's kind of seasonal too. I mean, eviction cases get very quiet around the holidays. So the sheriff won't evict people at certain times, and it does get very quiet in like November and December. But yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Any more questions? Okay, well, thank you for coming in, Paul.
Thank you very much, folks.
We have another day of presentations tomorrow, and then in the afternoon, our deliberations will start.
Thank you for all the work you folks do, especially Brandon, Faith, and Tony. I love your emails, guys. Take care, folks.
Thank you. Thanks for coming over.
Thank you.
So are you gonna walk back out in the cold?
Well, I gotta walk to the county building. I'll figure out what to do.
Yeah, stay inside the most time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The attorney's right here.
Okay, if you'd like to
Great,
come
sure.
up
Jumping all
and
over the place.
introduce yourself.
Yes.
Tell us about your program. Tony is our official timekeeper. We're doing 10 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes after that for questions.
Okay. I do have a PowerPoint. I don't know if you can get that set up, but my name is Mike Newman. I'm the Development Director at Turning Point. I was going to have Sarah Ponitz, our Executive Director, here with me, but I got a call that we were moving things along a little quicker. She was in a meeting, so I am here solo.
Thank you. We certainly appreciate that.
Just waiting for the.
Let's see, is it just,
What time was everybody here this morning?
What time did we start?
Yeah.
8:30.
Okay,
Yeah.
so.
we're just moving along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go. All right, and this works for this, Brandon?
There you go.
Okay. All right, so Just a little bit about the agency. We're the only nonprofit in the county providing comprehensive domestic violence services. We provide them to women, men, and children. The organization is approved by the Illinois Coalition Against Domestic Violence to provide these services. Our staff is trained with 40 hours of domestic violence training, but in addition, our direct service staff has, I have addition twice in there, on-the-job training and continuing education that takes place pretty consistently. We offer all of our programs in Spanish. Latino clients represent about 23% of all of our program participants. That's significantly higher than the county as a whole. I think the county as a whole is at about 16% now, if I'm not mistaken. So just real quick, some of our numbers. We served a total of 1,653 clients last year. Assisted with 583 orders of protection at the courthouse. The emergency shelter numbers are a little bit lower than normal, 91 clients, over 2,500 individual nights of shelter. Those are going up. This, the second half of the year, those went up significantly though, because we don't have the same kind of space restrictions that COVID caused. So we're probably on track now for this for this fiscal year. Our fiscal year is July 1st to June 30th. We're probably on track for about 130 clients. 125 actually is probably more safe to say. So we are seeing those numbers increase. Partner Abuse Intervention Program served 171 individuals. This is an educational program for perpetrators of abuse. We've had that program for over 30 years now. That's an important one that a lot of people don't know that we offer. A lot of our victims, 154 of our victims are child victims of domestic violence, and we remain fiscally solid. We have some new programming that we're looking to begin in the coming years. Our board has been hard at work putting together a sorely needed strategic plan that was approved at an October board meeting, so we're starting to kind of check off some boxes on that. But this application is about the shelter, which opened in 2007, staffed every day of the year, all hours of the year. We can accommodate up to 21 clients per night. All the clients that come in for our shelter services have access to our other programs and services, including legal advocacy, individual and group counseling, and specialized children's programs. There's others too. Right now the shelter handles crisis calls and directly connects them to on-call advocates if it's a more significant issue that they're working through. They handle about 3,500 helpline calls each year. And as I said earlier, just like the rest of the agency, the shelter is open to women, children, and men. So what we're trying to do is expand our shelter staffing. Current makeup, other than the first shift, our shelter has historically been staffed with only one employee at a time. Our goal is to begin staffing all shifts with a minimum of 2 employees by the end of this fiscal year. So we have 3.5 months. We're about halfway to getting all the shifts double staffed. There would be a shelter advocate and a shift supervisor. The justification for this, adding the increased staffing is going to increase safety at the shelter. It's going to allow us the ability to add additional programming, and it supports a more efficient helpline experience, and I'll get into that in these next few slides. Increased safety, as I said prior to our staff expansion, we only had one person working at a time all nights and weekends pretty much. Only the weekday first shift had 2 people working at a time. Due to the nature of the programs that we offer, safety is an utmost concern. We have seen cases that have been more violent in the past, and we do have reasons to want to make things safer, obviously. When a client chooses to leave their abuser, they enter the most dangerous part of their relationship because the abuser has lost the feeling of control. So the staff members that are working at the shelter are working with those clients. An additional staff member on site can also help to just better monitor our security cameras, communications between staff and clients, and our telephones and panic buttons. One of the main reasons that we want to expand our shelter staffing, though, is to provide some additional programs that we can't provide now. The agency has identified a funder who's agreed to purchase an agency van. We don't have any, currently we don't have any transportation offered at the agency other than gas cards for people with vehicles and occasional taxis or Uber rides, but those get very expensive. So the increased staffing is going to allow for transportation to and from the courthouse for the orders of protection, for medical appointments and other needs deemed essential to the client's experience. Our additional staff will also allow the agency to assist with after-hours orders of protection. This is more of this isn't an immediate goal of ours, but this was a midterm goal for our 5-year strategic plan. And then clients will be able to receive additional non-crisis supports at all times, day or night, due to the higher level of staffing being available. They won't have to wait for our normal business hours to receive those counseling and potentially even support groups, depending on who's in the shelter at the time. Our helpline enhancements, this is another important factor in this. Our shelter staff now accept helpline calls, and these are our crisis calls. We've kind of shifted to call it a helpline. We find that people are maybe more willing to call a helpline than a crisis line. But anyways, they'll be able to address issues in a single phone call unless they're referrals to other agencies. In the past, they would be directed to an on-call advocate if it required some additional time, if there were time constraints related to whatever they were calling about. The shelter now has a dedicated on-call coordinator. So that is somebody that is during the busiest times of the helpline. There's a single person that's taking care of the bulk of it, but then the additional staff members will, do the overnights and weekends potentially. Online chat and text helpline was only available during our normal business hours. We actually started that a couple of years ago, in part due to a CDBG grant, so we appreciate that. I believe we had about 140 of our contacts came through that last year. We'll gradually be increasing this beyond the normal main office business hours as we get the staff in. Turning Point will no longer be paying for stipend shifts for primary on-call advocates, which is going to help us cover some of the anticipated costs. Again, I talked about this earlier, but we receive about 3,600 helpline calls each year, about 10 a day. I'm running out of time, so I'm not going to go through our exact goals for the shelter, but basically what we want to do is to make sure that our clients exit to safe housing, some of which is permanent. We want to make sure that we're able to quickly provide these services and work with our housing providers in the county to ensure that they're on a path to sustain lives free of abuse. We've done a pretty good job the past year. We've had 15% of our clients exit to family and friends housing, 30% were able to find their own house or apartments. The other supportive services, 49%. That's like Home of the Sparrow type of housing or other referral housing in the county. We didn't have any return to homelessness. We didn't have any indicate they were going back to their partners. We did have 6 indicate other. They don't always put what that is, so we don't always consider other to be a good outcome because we can kind of piece together that maybe that's not a good thing that they are going into. So our total request, we're asking for $50,000, which would pay for 1 full-time equivalent salary. $10,000 of that would be for benefits, $40,000 for the salary itself. In total, we're thinking we know it's going to cost us about $250,000 annually to get 5 full-time equivalent people on staff. The remaining 4 FTEs, one of them would be paid for, or sorry, they would be paid for in part by a $50,000 private donation that's coming each of the next 4 years. We also know that our on-call advocates earning stipends, that money will go down. We're going to save about $100,000 a year, which leaves us with about $100,000 that we still have to cover from other private sources. $50,000 is what our ask is, so that would cover about half of what our need would be.
And we are at time, just.
Any questions?
Good time.
Great timing.
So, the 50,000, are you, if for some reason you wouldn't get all of that, or, I guess I'm trying to, can you go through your numbers again when you said, you had so much for one person or 2 people and?
Yeah, sorry, I knew I was running out of time, so I was trying to squeeze it in. So,
but if I ask a question, now you can.
So, yeah. So we know that we need about 5 full-time equivalent employees to double staff the shelter. That accounts for nights, weekends, and vacations, time off. That
You're
we
assuming
would
about
give them.
50 for each one?
Oh, okay. So yes,
With
yes.
the insurance?
So about $50,000 for each full-time equivalent employee. Gotcha. Right now, we have a private funder who is giving us $50,000 a year for the next 4 years, so $200,000 total. So that's going to cover one of those FTEs. We have, by reducing the amount of primary on-call shifts that we will need, we'll be saving about $100,000 a year. So that's going to pay for 2 more FTEs, which leaves us with $100,000 right now that would have to come from general operating funds. We're asking
2 more.
For a CDBG grant that would pay for one of those FTEs.
Okay. Yep, I understand it better now. Thank you.
Any other questions?
This just has to do with a previous grant that you received from CDBG, and that was for lighting?
Yes.
Parking lot? Is
We.
that all done?
That is actually, I just talked to our executive director, and she is cutting the check today. So I will be getting the final reports to the department in the next day or so.
The lights are in?
The lights are in. There's one that they have to come out and we have kind of an issue where it's not fully working, so they got to come out and fix it. But it is complete otherwise.
Cool. Okay, thank you, Mike, for coming in.
No more questions?
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
So tomorrow we have another full day of deliberations, or of presentations and deliberations in the afternoon.
Well, I appreciate you being here, and I know this isn't your normal job, so giving us the time to all explain these important projects is a great service you're offering. So thank you so much.
Thanks for coming in for.
Yeah, we really appreciate it.
Yes.
Really appreciate it. Yeah.
It's not always easy. So New Directions is here.
Great.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have printouts. I might be 1 or 2 short, but I'm going to pass out a few maybe to share. It'll be up on the screen as well.
Oh, yeah, it's on the screen. Okay. Oh, okay.
I always print out when I'm short. It's no matter what I do.
Larry
Sure.
Thank you for coming in.
Yes.
And we'd like to tell us about your ask. And Tony is our timekeeper. So we're doing 10 minutes for presentations, about 5.
Hey, Alex, excuse me. You want to send that one back this way if you got enough down there? Yeah.
You want to
Thank
just
you.
introduce yourself?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm Bobby Gattone, Executive Director, New Directions. We have been operating in the county since early 2011. Our mission is to support the process of recovery from substance use disorders, and we really try to do that to really comprehensively meet the needs in the county that were not being met, especially when we were founded. Initially, that was to have a place for fellowship for people in recovery, where we opened the other side. Then we saw that there was a dire need for sober living beds. About 7-8 years ago, there was a real issue here with individuals having to travel a long distance for treatment. And then we saw a lot of folks coming back after 30 days to their parents' house, relapsing. There's a lot of overdose. And at the time, there was very few sober living options. So since then, we've opened 5 different facilities for sober living. We now offer 59 beds at any given time of sober living. In addition, we reopened the other side in downtown Crystal Lake as a place for fellowship and a community center for sober events. And then as of 2 years ago, we took over McHenry County A Way Out program. And we've grown that program exponentially from 1 half-time individual to 5 staff, including 2 bilingual staff. We now help almost 700 people a year through that program, which is essentially a hotline where people can get assistance to get placement, to detox and treatment, free recovery coaching, and that is fully grant funded and at no cost to the community. So through all of these programs, we feel like we're really comprehensively meeting the service gaps in the county that were kind of causing the elevated overdose rates and a lot of the places that our county honestly was falling short 10, 20 years ago in the recovery community. So with that being said, our request here is to support 1 additional full-time case manager for our sober living homes. The need for this is because, like I mentioned, with the 5 facilities, we've grown very quickly. Some of the issues we're dealing with right now, overdose rates are still elevated. I think we dipped down for a year and we're back to about where we were 2 years ago this past year. Still a very high overdose rate in our county. Part of the issue we're seeing now is this new drug xylazine, and then also fentanyl, which I'm sure you've all heard about by now being an issue, even more prevalent than it was when I was sitting here a couple years ago. Finding it in fake pharmaceutical drugs that are making their ways into middle schools and high schools, laced in cocaine, heroin. It's not simply only intravenous heroin users that are getting that now. It's people that casually use drugs on the weekends we're finding overdose and die from these things. So yeah, these are some of the issues we're dealing with right now. As I mentioned, we offer 59 beds of sober living. What that looks like is we saw through studies that the old 28-day model has not worked for a long time. So what we've seen is when we can get people to come to us after having been through treatment or an IOP program with another provider, if they can maintain housing for 6 months to a year, their success rate for long-term recovery and reintegrating in the community just skyrockets. It's so much higher than a 30-day treatment center. So we really utilize our case managers to work with people in our housing to help them overcome obstacles to recovery, really work with them to get as much accomplished as possible, and to try to let them know how important it is to stay for at least 6 months. We're providing, it's saying here, housing and housing for LMI individuals, low to moderate income, and recovery housing specifically has been noted repeatedly as urgent needs in McHenry County through the Mental Health Board Needs Assessment and Community Health Studies, which is something we're providing here. Some of the success we've had in recent years, and this is partially with the support of the CDBG program and the commission from continued grant support. So last year we served many more people than we ever have before, 170 people, unduplicated people we helped with sober living last year alone. This number we continue to see go up, probably because we don't do insurance billing. We're accessible to anybody in the community regardless of insurance status or income. So 96% of folks that moved in last year were low to moderate income at intake. So almost everybody. 90% of the folks that move into our sober living homes are unemployed at intake. And really because of the case management we provide, over 85% of them find employment within the first 30 days, which is a big part of helping people get back on their feet. So last year, you'll see we asked for 2 full-time equivalent case managers. This year, we're asking for 1. It's not because there's less of a need. When we looked at organizationally our budget and our staffing needs for the year, I wanted to try to make what would be a realistic ask for the commission to hopefully support the full position so we can plan around that. It really is important because that 1 additional case manager that you all could support would give another 48 people case management throughout the year. I will not lie, over the years we have had times when our case managers are stretched a little thin, and you can see the difference in our outcomes and the success of our residents when that happens. So we're really making a push this year to have more case managers on staff and to hopefully have them be able to do more one-on-one work with our residents. Another successful metric from last year is that of the individuals that stayed for 3 months or more in our housing, they maintained a success rate of 83%. So what that means is if somebody stayed in our housing for more than 3 months, 83% of them leave having maintained sobriety the entire length of stay and having made substantial progress on goals that they set at intake. Okay. That pretty much wraps it up. I leave the rest of the time for questions.
What's the total ask?
It's 41,000, and then we'd be providing a match of, I believe it's 6,700 to take up the rest of the site.
Cool,
Yep.
thanks.
So do the case managers work with them just while they're in one of your housing units, or is it afterwards too, or?
So the way we have it set up now, they sit and they do the intake with the individual, and then they meet with them every 2 weeks, sometimes weekly, depending on how much they're going through at the time. They do follow-up, so they do 1 or 2 follow-ups with every individual after they leave. Now, if somebody moves out and we find they need more intensive help, they're still struggling with certain things, the case manager coordinates with our Way Out team, and we've really made that like a nice network for people because our Way Out team can give them recovery coaching and find them secondary resources, psychologists, IOP program, whatever they might still need. And it really works both ways because our Way Out program will coordinate with our intake team to sometimes place people into our housing too, so people aren't getting lost between the cracks.
Do you get your clients through the court system?
We do get some referrals from drug court and mental health court.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the majority of our residents come from 30-day treatment centers.
Oh, I see.
Gateway,
Okay,
and ARC,
gotcha.
those kinds.
So you're a step in their road to
Correct.
a different life, usually, right?
Yep.
So they do the 30-day program,
Mhm.
and then there's not really anybody at that facility to get them situated into the back into society, I guess, is that?
They're probably not ready, I'm thinking.
Yeah, and unfortunately, a lot of folks, because it's so governed by insurance, I'd say the majority of folks that we serve are underinsured or uninsured. So they get, if they do get treatment, it's this really limited length of stay. And their insurance company might be telling them, or Medicare or whatever it is, might be telling them after 10 days, 14
You have
days,
to get
they gotta
out.
go.
Yeah.
At that point, they have nowhere to stay. A lot of times they're ending up in PAD shelter or on the street. So we've been a really good alternative for that situation.
Any other questions?
Okay, thanks for taking the time.
Thank you so much
Thank you.
for coming in.
Thank you.
Have we heard from Workforce?
Yeah, I had called, Rob is out of town, Clay, is dealing with a plumbing issue, and Andrew said he may just come in by himself. They were obviously expecting to be here in an hour,
Right.
so, I did tell him we'd be about, somewhere between 20 to 30 minutes when I talked to him, so. I'm expecting him to be here fairly soon, but he was trying to see if Clay wanted to join him,
That's
if he
good
could
for now.
join him. If not, it'll just be Andrew. And I said, well, we did just hear from you a little bit ago with
Yeah.
CV, and you had a presentation with all of you, so don't feel bad if you have to come in solo. But we'll see.
So he's coming in or not coming in?
He plans to come in. He just wanted to see if Clay would be able to join him, and Clay is dealing with a plumbing issue, so if he needs to come in himself, he will be.
Okay.
Can we tell them tomorrow? Want to come in the morning?
We'll start at 8:10.
I'm adding on Refuge for Women for the first thing tomorrow. Yep, she confirmed that she'd be in at 8:30.
New Directions have a sober facility, like a detox facility too. On 30, where Paula Dorian Gray's office used to be.
In McHenry?
No, in Crystal Lake.
Oh.
Is that the same? I thought there was like a new detox place.
I believe that's where they do their, like, their day programming and.
Oh, is that what it, okay, because I drive past it all the time.
Yeah, and.
It's a cool building.
They have the counseling in the different groups and stuff.
Okay,
And
that's like maybe
I-
their,
I-
like,
yeah.
headquarters, yeah.
Unfortunately, we actually share a couple of cases because
Oh.
we've had seniors, I have to double check, but I think I have a senior that was 75 that we actually sent to them.
Oh, yeah.
And that was one of these bad things that came out of COVID.
Yeah.
Okay,
sounds great.
But yeah, they've got quite a group of social workers that work and do the programming, and I believe that's what they do in that one building.
Yeah.
They're right here.
Yeah, they're in Woodstock, aren't they?
Yeah, they're
Yeah, they're on the square.
Yeah.
Clay's joining him, they're en route, so.
Good.
Sweet.
Yeah, they've got
Yeah.
something called New Directions for Social Living.
Okay.
I've never heard of the
Pretzels?
silencing.
Oh, my God.
So now I'm reading about it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Someone, I was just at Target the other day and they had
Yeah, I never heard of
a
it either.
sugar one.
So much sugar what?
Those Doc pretzels, they have this cinnamon sugar.
They have all these different flavors.
My husband
Oh, they're
watches
so good.
a lot of their YouTube.
Oh, were they good?
And
Yeah, I'm not a
he,
big, I'm not a big cheese person.
Early. A couple months ago, he ran across these two videos where this guy, really, he just drives around.
Combination caramel corn with macadamia.
Most
Ooh,
of
I never
them
saw
are
that.
Philadelphia, but
Was it in a jar or was it?
just
Canister.
to
No.
Yeah.
No, look,
I know what you're talking about.
what's really going on.
Yeah, yeah.
It is
Ooh, that sounds good.
absolutely
That's like
awful.
fiction.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
30 people just standing on the sidewalk,
I mean, they're,
like
I know
immobilized,
well with
basically.
subdivisions.
yeah,
Yes.
and they,
Okay.
I mean, they sit
Those
there,
roads are
and
terrible.
like right in the
Pardon me?
middle of the
Those roads are terrible.
street.
Oh, they are very terrible.
But how is it that they're so terrible in most of the rest of
They're
the
in,
towns?
Woodstock.
I can't remember, there's a
Well,
reason. It's like that's
From what
where-
I understand,
Obviously, that's where
is
the
I didn't know if you were here, they
transportation
call me.
hub,
just
but also
I think
there's
it's
like a
Hilltop.
clinic that's down there
I
and
think it's
stuff, but
Hilltop,
like they all end up in
Which is
like
awesome.
on this one block.
Well,
it's right by the police
township did all of
station.
it.
Right. It's like right around the corner from the police station and the police, you know,
Well,
walk by it.
I'm not good with typing and listening at the same time.
Maybe it was never went into
I
the
forget where else there were.
and got folded into the county video. So we got our roads done like 4 years ago.
Yeah,
Then
it's
they're
amazing.
at the
No, I mean, I
center.
get it, but it's amazing that the
Went with
people
the same
around there,
program. And
it's
it's
just
other-
their normal day,
We
like they
incorporated
just
areas
go
in the county
about,
that
I
went
mean,
with the road program, where the county puts money with the county.
there's not much they can do.
And so Wildwood joined the village whenever they joined it. And the stipulation was, you know, you have to upgrade your roads to go to that.
February.
Yeah, I was out of town.
That was the stipulation, whenever, you know, bring on SSA or whatever.
We had planning
That,
somebody's.
there's a spending
And, you know, little
requirement
tiny
with
subdivision,
that we
they
get
can't come up with
80% of it.
half a million. I mean, it's
We were
ridiculous,
kind of
you know?
checking where we
So,
were at with some of these and realizing.
You know, Jim
we better
Condon's
do
been
it
for us
another
doing
funding
roads
report.
over in, where's he, Lakemore, or Leamore, something, doing the same exact thing that
They had
Wonder Lake's gonna try to do.
Yeah, but they're all have flat roads over there.
funding there. that
Yeah,
they
yeah,
weren't
this is,
able to
yeah,
fill position,
right.
so.
So there's a lot of
Seems like that
culverts and
happened.
ditches, I mean, it's a whole thing, so.
For,
That's kind of that story. I don't know.
It's been slow.
We have never funded Jim Condon fully. We've said,
You
you
know,
do
it's
this,
just
and
the
he goes,
kind
I'll
of
take that, that'll
the
help me
market, the
finish
supply
the
and
road.
demand for the
And so,
materials.
I'm
and
thinking, one
the
thing,
contractors
facing
are
the
working
same
on just
situation.
really backlogged, and so then they're like, I'll bid it, but I can't
Perhaps.
start for several months.
You know, I mean,
and Then we don't know.
Jim's come
the
back 2 or 3
volatility of
times, every time
inflation
he
on
gets some
materials,
money
if
and
that's
he
gonna be
does some
accurate
work
at times.
in that one
So
subdivision.
then they're kind of hesitant to report.
Could not imagine the snowplow getting up and
Like
down.
the rest of
some
those.
Oh, I know, and they're,
It's
just
been-
look at them, and
It's been a bit
they're
messy
so
for
narrow,
some
and
of these
there's
projects.
Some of them-
holes in them.
With-
Yeah, with the tree, yeah, with the trees, yeah.
They need that contractor that
I
adjusts
just wondered how that came to be, because nothing else looked that bad.
Right.
As far as
And,
I know.
I mean, when we had our own roads,
It took a little bit to get
we,
them out there.
you know, we paid dues and everything,
Ready to
when we
go.
road fund, they would do patching and stuff.
It's interesting.
I don't know if that,
Driving
some
around
of them
town,
are doing
it's
that.
like- it's
You know, we try to keep our own stuff as well as we could. You know, we pay for our own snow plowing and all that stuff.
Yeah,
But I
it's
don't
nice to
think,
see
I don't
these
know what
things
that
that
subdivision
remember, oh, yeah, we did that.
board, you know, I have no idea what their dues are or anything.
It's like, oh, I
So,
remember doing that. One of the kids-
but they are in terrible shape, yeah.
It's nice, it's really nice to see some
Go
of these
100%
projects.
work.
They're,
Yeah,
they're
okay.
always, we have all of the public services, you know, it touches.
You know what,
You see the numbers on the presentation, when you see
I was
these
looking over,
three D
like,
projects, it's always exciting.
Is it normal the road districts ask?
The big money,
Yeah.
because it's very expensive to do roads.
Right, but this is like a like, do they always
Well, like I
ask
said,
for funding
I'm
through?
just talking soup.
well, these are unincorporated health services village, and some are.
That sounds about right, yeah.
They ask for all of it, and hoping to get some of it. That's my
All
thought.
these,
Okay.
you know,
That's my thought.
They always seem to
nonprofit
be,
agencies, when I came in here. I
not
don't
what they're
know
asking
any of
for,
those
and
things.
that's only been doing
It's
this
like-
right.
Yeah.
It's another
They always
world.
seem to be kind of.
But they get
When
some,
they start-
Yeah,
and
at
that's,
the end of the line.
right, and some,
Fortunately, there weren't too many here today.
and then they come back, next year.
But aren't they awarded, like, so this is where I'm probably.
He spent a month at
But aren't they awarded money, like,
Yeah, there was one that
tax
came out.
dollars?
Oh, yeah, they get
Presentation,
the
which I
motor,
missed on that.
or what's it called?
Yeah, so like, why would they
Motor fuel
need,
tax funds.
why would they need grant funds if
What the heck?
they're getting awarded tax dollars?
Well, the motor fuel tax funds only go so far, and they've got, you know,
Well,
a lot
it's
of roads
big here.
in the village that are taking care of now. This is something that came in, a year, probably,
Well,
let's say 10 years ago.
That one is, it's coming along, and right now,
Before COVID.
Yeah, so I would say, well, it's probably been in the village for, we'll say,
oh,
6, 7 years.
Uh-huh.
And the stipulation was, we are not gonna pay for the
life that can be
village.
spent for
We would
rental
sell it,
assistance
pay for
with
it.
that,
And we
housing
got,
authority is
how many,
in lease with certain clients for their
You
rental
can't be very
systems.
But it's
They've
small,
got
it's like
that
4 rows.
forward obligated
And they're
to
in
pay out.
town shape, and they have to come up and
The
have these
Sparrows
jobs.
got some of
You
that.
couldn't get a fire truck.
funding, but it's really.
Oh, I
right
did, oh,
now.
there you go.
That's
So
how I
they
grew
were
up.
here,
So I live off Colleen,
for instance,
in unincorporated McHenry, and I live off
State
Colleen Drive.
and
Oh.
What was kind of making me wonder this now
talking about how
was,
they're
I wonder if,
the outcome.
like, the townships, the road district got the money.
Are you
There's
with the
also
township?
a lack of.
No, I'm not
You're
done.
Nunda.
That is.
Well, the
not
townships
being overcome
about-
different.
But
Isn't it the road district?
People still having.
Larry, how long ago was that decision made where county would help the townships upgrade roads? Like 10 years ago, or more even?
10? No, I don't think so.
Not quite 10?
That just that.
No, because I've only been around 8.
Oh, you've only been around 8, okay, so, so when I,
Probably
so.
6. I think 6, maybe 6 or 7.
Yeah,
That makes
so,
sense because my
so,
road
cause
district
my
got
son got
it.
upgraded with this resolution that came with it. So you're probably the same thing, where none
I
of
bet.
us got money
Mhm.
from the county to help upgrade.
No, I get it, like,
It was, nobody wanted it.
The townships didn't have any money.
Yes.
There was
Because
no
the
way
road, they
to
still
maintain
don't
roads,
finish the road, but they
Transportation
they
department.
put in
Yeah, some extra money.
a new culvert, which they didn't need to do something. They didn't even have the
Yeah.
quarter. So we were like, my neighborhood has kind of a big problem with whoever done that
I
road.
wasn't a.
Like, big,
Oh,
many
okay.
roads. He like forged documents on emails. That Mike guy?
Oh, yeah, oh my gosh.
Oh,
In the
the
Zonda.
that needed
it
it.
is a reality.
I live on unincorporated
There was,
That's why.
a letter sent out to them. I mean, I don't know, letter, phone calls, whatever.
There is a.
And then they could come in and propose their.
Not Prairie Grove, but it like, I had, it's Prairie Grove schools, like, so my kids would go to, you know, Prairie Grove and then Prairie Ridge.
So that's.
Green Tree for a couple of months, we had work from the Prairie Road.
No.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Loons.
Yeah, it's ongoing.
It would have been nice if our township would have.
Oh, well, yeah.
You know, it was just front end repairs, it's just over.
It is, yeah, what's the water? It really is.
It's not even enough to do
It really got, it really got
you know,
into these
Who knew that
old-time
a former
subdivisions
trustee
that had homeowners
it had a
associations and they had private roads like this.
So he ran to
McHenry.
Sure,
So
okay.
it was private roads.
I saw this guy driving a car and eventually got in
And
to
then,
me.
so after then we got them up to county grade.
You're saying this is
Then they returned them to the township.
Yeah.
And like the one time ever, Grand Tree didn't return a bill.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, I'm
But then there was another guy that I knew who was on the village board.
Like, right.
The meeting, perhaps they had a
Oh my gosh.
I heard, and I know, we're looking at the, you know, the Trinity.
That can't happen.
You know, where you bought them.
So,
Okay, and he was
yeah.
on the thing, and he said it would be
Every
like
detail there. just-
insane.
Right, but it was-
Like, so, like, if we were
Oh,
like, the last,
Highland Shores.
like, all you look at each other, and
East side there, whatever it is.
this
It's just-
So down my office, has
people that was good, well, not that, but you know what I mean, like.
if I don't meet with anybody, I just go home right in space.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Because I go to bank, I do commercial loans.
Oh, do you, what they do?
You know, meet with people.
Well, we call ourselves a safe bank. It's a really,
Oh, yeah.
we're part of a bank group.
I found I was much more efficient.
I can let you know.
You should, I should take your car because a lot of my investors, I
I
wasn't
do it.
telling them that I think it's time for them to like package up and turn
I
their,
feel
turn
that
their
way
stuff
too.
into
I
commercial.
mean, I think where I miss
I'll bring
things is
some
when I wanna
next
scan
We've got kind
something,
of a,
or I just.
an internal prohibition, we won't do that
We
for
don't do a
anybody
whole
more
lot
than
of
10
that, but
units.
sometimes you just really wanna
10
rent
homes.
something.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't.
We've had experience with things like that.
Yeah. I still have a lot of people, that like, I don't really have a commercial person to give anybody.
And we always have names staggered, so we always have,
Okay.
you know, somebody, a couple people in,
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So you can just be like, hey,
I'm thinking
that's the
of
I've
price.
done that before. Yeah, just print it, because I can print it from home.
How we do
To the
mobile
printer
home
here.
parks.
Oh, so you
Things
mobile
like that,
home,
just
I,
print it.
that is.
And I'll just print something like a contract.
Oh, you do the whole part.
You
Yeah, we
know,
don't do
can
it.
you
You
walk
don't
it
do
over
it.
for Chairman?
That's so tough, I have so many people.
So we
Oh.
will do that for each
You know
other.
what I mean?
Do that.
Well,
scan
maybe.
it,
The
have
guy that-
whatever you need within.
This is 10 years ago.
I'm gonna give you a card too.
It's kind of shocking.
The family
My
that
wife to have me home.
owns that park
Because she already. she's
on the east
retired.
end of Crystal Lake.
So I guess,
Yeah, by the Ford Depot.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Because I'm home all the
They own
Right,
it.
yeah, yeah. I find it, yeah. it
Okay,
does
'cause that's
give me
where
a lot
I-
more
'cause,
flexibility.
you know, if you
It's nice. I
lease
mean,
the
I can
land,
go
there's nothing I
sometimes
can
when you're
do.
in a hurry and you
We'll
don't
finish
have the
this.
lunch. I don't have to go.
Right.
Oh, yes, I do.
If I wanna run.
Yes,
an
I got a
errand real
guy.
quick before
Okay.
6 o'clock,
Yeah, it's a private company.
It's fine.
And they're very
Like you said,
pretty
we're-
rigorous and fed. Gotta give it to you right
I
now.
only live 15 miles away, so that's not
Yeah.
a big
Still
deal.
Preferred equity partners.
However,
Yeah.
Oh.
it's
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
loyalty,
Yeah.
Exactly.
All that tires and.
I also eat healthier. Generally, that I'm when I'm working from home too.
Somehow I just seem to enjoy the view a little bit better.
I'm sure they can do
Go sit
that.
in a place, 'cause
Yeah.
my offices, it used to be a little enclosed
Oh,
entrance. It's got a bank of
Do you have a
3
business?
windows on
Yeah.
the sunset side,
Okay.
the north side.
During
Okay.
Tinley.
Oh, okay.
I can
Okay, that's fine, it's
nice.
Okay.
It's cozy.
Yeah, yeah, it's good.
I have known Scott,
Yeah, right.
met Scott,
It's something that really got opened up the world to that kind of possibility.
used to work together.
There's
Oh,
any
okay.
positives.
Are you from the south side?
COVID.
Oh, I am, that's what I said.
Where do you live? The most part.
I grew up in Plaza.
It's like-
Wait, no, don't
Yeah.
worry.
Our best friends live in, you know where St. Andrews is off of Western? In,
But our stuff
Oh,
is Olympia down to
yeah.
3 states.
Yeah.
Best friends
So
live
most
there.
That's where I went to Marion Catholic, which is like right down there.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, that's an easy change.
Uh-huh.
My husband went to St. Viator,
In
doesn't
fact,
he?
Oh, we went to Viator, yeah, there's a lot of my friends.
I did too.
That's where I was.
You
at
went to
last
Viator
month.
too?
I went down to Scottsdale.
Yeah, Dan went
Nice.
on night.
For vacation. and
Yeah,
then,
my best friend, her kids all go there, okay, is it a 708?
No,
Extended
877.
stay for another week.
877?
334.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's
All right.
3606.
That's what.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, who's
Andrew, we'll have you come up and have a seat here.
Who's, your husband went to that?
Mine did,
And we are
yes.
waiting on one more to
Oh,
come
okay.
present with me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Way after the.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And his dad did.
Thanks for coming in early.
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
We
really?
just ended up going faster than we thought.
Sure.
Somebody canceled.
And someone canceled.
Oh, okay, gotcha. No problem. Yeah, Clay should be in any minute here.
Great.
Okay.
Pretty,
Still learning.
So the woman that,
There were a lot of people like
yeah,
everybody was
that
turning
everybody
over,
hates them.
you know, people that aren't-
yeah, there was still fairly.
Wait a minute, every time I came.
Brother-in-law was going to get a family.
Okay.
We've kept
And
this
her
group
brother-in-law was up.
about a year, but she
And
shows
so we're all
up
sitting
new
around
us.
together.
She's been,
It turns out that's one guy.
she's already been here
Policeman
like
in
6
Texas.
months or something.
Yeah.
And he went,
So my father, what's his name?
But, yeah, so we've held on to
No,
this.
the person you went to St. Catherine's.
children know.
It helps
Because
once,
my father-in-law
once
is
you,
very
it takes
talented.
at
He was
least a
in
year
the city too.
to fully kind of understand what are we doing, and then things run in cycles, and then you're like, oh, yeah, but
Yes.
we did this when I first started, and then you kind of pick it up.
Oh, that's where I'm at now, where it's like, oh, that, like this meeting, this was the first thing that like happened when I first started, like this stuff.
The past,
And,
he knows something.
I'm like, okay.
Started about the same time, you've been here, what, 2.5 now? So, 2.5 years?
We was here to do ferries just flew between the floors.
I remember when there was just 3 people.
Yes.
I don't know how that happened.
Well, my dad, well, we have so many more grants now.
Yeah, you're right.
I think the high point we had was when we had that neighborhood stabilization. We had that rapid rehousing, HPRP, homeless prevention rapid
Yeah.
rehousing program. That was all like, that was stimulus, neighborhood stabilization came out. We still had CDBG at home, and it was, it was a lot for us.
It was, yeah.
Staff, yeah.
Yeah.
It's incredible how much money came out of the thing.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Thank you so much for coming
Oh,
in.
no problem.
We appreciate it.
Got a plumber over at the house this morning, so it was a little.
A little hairy there.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. No, here's a flash.
Oh, here, I'll take
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Just waiting on me, huh?
The guy that I know is the president, Scott McNeil.
Okay.
And he probably put you in touch with
Like somebody loan officer, right.
But that's exactly what they do. They're very,
What's up? When you start?
very good. They don't take losses.
It's you.
Yes, their paperwork are pretty tight.
Okay, good.
But if you get a good traveler owner, it'll be, we'll take care of it.
Blue.
Is that a good thing?
There we go. You have the clicker over there, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
On this side, you're gonna be checking it.
Yeah, cool, thanks.
Whenever you're ready, whenever you'd like to get started.
All right. Well, hello everybody. My name is Andrew Turner. This is Clayton Mutert. I am the Director of Street Outreach at Warp Core. Clay is the Head of Business Operations. And this is our proposal for the October through October CDBG funding. A lot of you are pretty familiar with Warp Core by now. You know what we do. We are out in the streets making connections with unsheltered individuals in whatever capacity we can, doing whatever we can to assist them up and out of that into a more stable situation. You know, we started off in this realm of work during the COVID pandemic, being asked by the county to come help facilitate the cold weather motel program, which we've now gone through 2 years of, and that just changed from there and grew and evolved into what it is now, the full street outreach program. At Warp Core, we focus a lot on prevention through engagement for the youth in the community, so giving positive outlets and beneficial activities and programming to the youth so that we can keep them on a more productive path and just keep an eye on them. So we, you know, almost run our shop as a community center. We focus a lot on job training, mental health support for the youth. We are working towards one day having our Phase 2 project, which is a full-fledged community center here in Woodstock. Let's see here. We focus a lot on harm reduction with our with a few companies that we work closely with, mainly Live for Lolly. We host their office hours once a week. We also host office hours for Thresholds, you know, opening up access to mental health support, relationship support, Narcan trainings, and access to other harm reduction tools like fentanyl test strips. Let's see here. So we are currently operating on ARPA interest funds to carry out our street outreach program, and that covers payroll for our outreach employees as well as prorated billing for the company vehicle which we use that facilitates a lot of the work that we do, as well as insurance.
What is ARPA?
ARPA?
American Rescue Plan Act.
Okay.
Yeah, leftover funds from COVID.
Federal funds.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The current state of homelessness and the program that we are operating, to date since February of 2022, which is when this iteration of our outreach project began, we have interacted with at least 80 individuals. That could be in as small a capacity as they came in because they needed food and water for the night and we never saw them again, or they used our store as a warming station one day and then that led to one thing to another. And we have navigated multiple individuals now through the entire process of getting off the streets into transitional shelter and then into permanent supportive housing. To date, we have had over 20 individuals that we have gotten into either permanent supportive housing, a recovery living situation, a type of group home, or they have their own apartment and they just rose above and they didn't need all of the extra support. They just kind of needed to be pointed in a direction, and sometimes our clients can just take off on their own and get their own housing secured, so we always love to see that. Our HQ that we have on the Woodstock Square does act as a warming center and an outreach point where we have all of our supplies. We have tents, we have sleeping pads and sleeping bags, blankets, food, clothing, water. A lot of that is bolstered up by the community and donations that we receive. Another portion of that is funded by Warp Core employees. We will make Walmart runs and spend $150 because we don't have any tents or sleeping bags left, and we have a new individual in town who needs one, and so sometimes we just have to go and get what they need when they need it, because things like that typically can't wait very long. We have an open door policy for any homeless individual, any individuals period, but specifically for our outreach. We've done a lot of canvassing in the community and just doing our best to get the word out there. We interact closely with the police departments and other nonprofits, food banks, and people know Warp Core as a place where you can go to get help, get the connection to the resources that you need. And that's a big part of the work that we put in, is making sure that people know that we are here for them if they need to come to us.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, with our open door policy and just what we do, I think it's safe to say through the, you know, couple of years of running this program that when a new individual shows up in McHenry County, specifically in Woodstock, oftentimes whether they're referred to us by, you know, another homeless individual or the police departments, you know, I think we have become kind of the first stop for homeless individuals who are new to the community or new, you know, newly dealing with those circumstances that might make them at risk for homelessness as well. So
definitely. Yeah, our referrals from police departments and outside agencies have really ramped up, especially I would say since last summer. That was when we really started to see an influx of, hey, we have a new individual here, they don't know where to go, they don't know what to do, so they send them our way. We are currently operating under, like I said, the ARPA interest funds. We do have funding secured for March through October of 2023 here. That is under the CDBG CV funding. We just recently had our hearing for that, and then come October when, well, September 30th, when that funding ends, then this is when the October through October funding of this grant would kick in. The proposed budget that we sent through would cover a year of payroll for 3 administrative positions as well as 2 part-time street outreach team members. The 3 administrative positions would be myself as Director of Street Outreach, Clay as Head of Business Operations, and Robert Mutert as our Executive Director. 2 part-time employees, we do have one already. He works part-time in the print shop and part-time on the street outreach team, so kind of split duty there, and we would be looking for an additional member for our team that is yet to be identified or hired. A prorated billing rate for when we are using the company van. That just allows us to not have to eat every penny of the cost that it takes to provide the transportation and the opening of other services to these individuals that would require our van. And a continuation of the Special Economic Development Program, which is something that we will be implementing come the CDBG CV funding. It's a new program that we're trying to work on, just trying to give a little agency to some of our clients, a little bit of independence, and give them a tool that they would be able to go out and make a little bit of their own money. And for anybody that's not familiar, like in Chicago, there's a magazine called Streetwise, and unsheltered individuals will go out and they receive those magazines for free, but then they can go out and sell those to community members, get a little bit of their own funding, you know, not have to go just panhandle on the corner with a cup. Instead, they can actually work a little bit, make some of their own money, and that's something that we would like to implement with some of our clients. So beginning this summer, that'll be kind of the incubator of that program. This budget would allow us to continue that program. And a motel stay reimbursement when emergency shelter is needed. That's another thing that Warp Core has fronted out of pocket a few times. When a new individual arrives in town, we don't have an emergency shelter option. PADS, there's an intake process, and you know that's just not exactly their purpose, to be a last-minute emergency shelter. So with the lack of that type of resource in the community, having a hotel stay for even 3 days sometimes can mean the difference between coming to town and being sheltered and taken care of versus coming to town and having to sleep outside in 10-degree weather in certain circumstances. So that's something that we really think is necessary for us to operate at the capacity we would like to be at.
And just real quick on that note with the motels, I think that is a very important thing because currently, you know, our kind of status quo is when, you know, folks show up to town who are newly homeless or new to the area, you know, we oftentimes have to send them back to what we call Tent City, which is the homeless encampment in Woodstock. And, you know, a lot of times these folks who are newly homeless or new to the area are people who are struggling with things like mental health, substance use disorder, any number of things that, you know, well, we don't judge what happens back in Tent City. It's not necessarily the best environment for someone who's in a fragile place. So, you know, we think being able to say, instead of going out and sleeping in the woods, we can put you up in a motel for a few days, we can get your ducks in a row, we can get you hooked, you know, connected with the temp agency, things like that, where, you know, we think that our success rate in terms of being able to help folks, you know, better their situation, being able to put them up in motels is a very important part of the equation.
Yeah, those 2 nights at a hotel stay could really alter their trajectory coming into our town and navigating our continuum of care versus, all right, maybe in 3 months now we're trying to get them into rehab because they went to Tent City and things went downhill from there. So we definitely think that that is a necessary component of our project. The budget would also include reimbursement of the insurance that Warp Core requires to operate this street outreach program.
Yeah, and just real quickly to wrap things up, you know, we do believe that what Warp Core does is providing a unique service in the front of, you know, combating homelessness in McHenry County. You know, our staff does a lot, and, you know, it doesn't ask for a whole lot in compensation back. We just, you know, we're trying to do the work, but we do believe a fair wage in doing that work is not too much to ask for. You know, and we believe that if the funding for this program is stopped, it will have a negative impact on quite a few individuals in this community. Need your help, and we appreciate everything y'all have done for us thus far, and we look forward to continuing our work on this front. So,
Thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions?
I do. When I look at the, you know, budget, is that for a full year then? It's not like 9 months because you're using the 70.
correct. So the current bridge funding we have would expire come October of this year.
Expire or run out?
Run out.
Run out.
That program is over in October, and then that was when this CDBG budget would go for the full year.
For the full
So,
year?
yeah.
October 23 to October 24.
Yeah, and, you know, full transparency is, you know, we've, you know, being new to this whole arena, you know, over the past years that, you know, we were late to the CDBG applications for this current year, which they're operating under, which is why we, you know, have been using some of the bridge funding, but, you know, starting with this CDBG fiscal year, you know, we would just expect to just be, you know, going through the process like normal once a year.
So it would be once a year. There's really no other way to sustain this program other than these kind of funds?
That is our, yes.
Current plan, but we do also have our phase 2, which is a little bit.
We have other revenue streams, but it's
yes.
not, you know, those go towards keeping our business, you know, keeping the storefront open, all these other things. So our homeless outreach is purely dependent upon grant funding.
Okay.
Got a question on the van. How is it owned now? Is it?
It's owned by Rob, who is his personal vehicle, you know, before we started doing this work. And, you know, as just the need was identified, he, you know, just volunteered his vehicle to be used to transport these folks.
Okay.
And, you know, it's a lot of wear and tear, a lot of gas, and, you know, and a lot of other things that, you know, so it's you know, these funds don't even, you know, necessarily cover fully, you know, the wear and tear and maintenance required on the van. So it's just a little bit of money back to help, you know, sustain that. So.
Question?
What's the average age of the people you're working with? Basically?
in the homeless program specifically?
I would say average age is probably about 45. 40 to 45.
Okay.
We definitely have some younger individuals, mid-20s. We have a couple individuals who are in their 60s, pushing 70, but I would say most of them land right about in the middle there.
Yeah, and a lot of these folks who are kind of our returning clients, tend to be folks who have been chronically homeless for a number of years, even before we started working with them. So, a lot of times the younger folks tend to come and go a little bit more, whereas a lot of our regulars, are kind of set in place and, just kind of going about their lives and you're just kind of, going through the motions here. That's why, the older folks tend to be more the ones who are rooted in the community, I would say.
Chronically homeless, as we say, where there's not exactly a whole lot of desire or motivation to rise above their current situation for whatever reason, lack of compliance with rules or substance use or strictly just severe untreated mental health disorders. Sometimes those things make it not impossible, but without a real spark of motivation, very unlikely that those individuals will return to a stable, sheltered life.
Not that we don't try to motivate them to better their situation, but certain people are kind of set in their ways, unfortunately. So.
And to note on that, there are not a lot of services for those that are chronically homeless. A lot of programs, be it mental health support or legal help or housing, those serve individuals who are, as we prefer to see, trying to better their situation and take the steps that they need. A lot of our chronic homeless clients, though, they don't really have much support in one way or another. And so we are, for some individuals, kind of the sole support that they're receiving for humanizing things, even if it's just coming in and getting a coffee and having a 15-minute conversation at Warp Core. That's not something that they get to do with anybody else, so.
So just so I have a better understanding of the organization, so you guys, the three of you are essentially, the bones of everything, right? So
Yeah.
like when people come in, you're like the case manager, you're, you guys are doing all of it yourselves, right?
Yeah, I would say a large amount of what we do would kind of fall under case management for sure. Just trying to, have conversations with folks, see what their, identify what their goals are, how we can help them. The three of us certainly are the main folks, engaging and trying to help people.
And then the other people, the two other employees you'd like to pull into the organization, what would their role be?
So for our street outreach, we do have a strict no solo mission rule. So anytime I'm conducting street outreach, say in Tent City, or if I respond to an encampment call in Crystal Lake or Cary or whatever the situation might be, I can't do that alone for safety reasons, obviously. And being that we do have such a small staff and we operate a retail space and we have a print shop in our retail space, we end up spread pretty thin. And so there will be situations where I get a call that I need to respond to, but Rob is out of the shop, Clay is the only person that's available, so now we need to shut down the headquarters so that Clay and I can both go, or I need to say I'll be out there in an hour, I need to wait for,
Right.
So the extra outreach team members would allow us to have more dedicated staff able to respond and have
More
that buddy role.
flexibility.
Yes, more
So
flexible.
that way,
And
if
just
the
allow-
police are calling you because there's someone that you can go, and then you don't have to shut down everything else when maybe
Correct.
someone's gonna be walking in who needs to warm up or something.
Absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to have a better understanding.
Yep.
Yeah, and just, we touched on it a little bit, but, Warp Core, as an organization, started out as a prevention-based organization trying to help the youth in the community, have outlets and stay on the right path. And, through COVID, with the, like Andrew mentioned, the cold weather motel program and things like that, we were kind of drawn into this arena of homeless outreach based on need. And we're happy to do that, but, we do a lot of other things that, we view as important as well. And so by being able to add a couple other staff members, it just allows us to, focus on, the larger mission and how we can, just grow the overall organization Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
And then do you guys have any other, like, future, you know, obviously the funds are available, and that's great, but what, you know, do you have future plans for fundraising aside from getting grants? Like, have you thought about setting up a board or like anything like that?
It's like fundraising for the homeless outreach program in particular. I mean, you know, we do a lot of marketing for this program already. We receive a lot of donations through, you know, material goods, foods, things like that. For this program in particular, you know, we haven't asked for financial donations in the past. Because, you know, some of the other things we do are a little bit more reliant on donations, you know, with our youth outreach, with, you know, we have a space in our HQ where, you know, the kids in the community can come and hang out at any time. We try to talk to them about the issues of growing up in, you know, in the world today, and, you know, just try to be that extra outlet and, you know, just figure where, you know, we can be a little bit of extra support, especially if they might not be getting that at home. We have, you know, music programs where, you know, Andrew and I every Thursday after we do everything we do, we volunteer. We sit with the kids for 2 hours and play music and, you know, just try to get them engaged that way. We have art workshops on Saturdays. We host meetings for you know, Naranon, which is family members who are struggling with individuals who have family members who are struggling with addiction. We have, you know, Thresholds host meetings there. Live for Lolly has office hours. Turning Point has office hours. So, you know, as important as the homeless outreach is, we do a whole lot of other things too that eat up a lot of our time. And, you know, to be honest, we're not compensated for a lot of that. So that's why, you know, we need funding, you know, for other arenas as well. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, and nothing set in stone, but we have also been discussing a lot, especially you know, since the new year, of future plans for things that will create more revenue, a little bit more in line with the street outreach as opposed to the apparel sales and coffee sales, which is kind of unrelated. You know, it all comes back together, obviously, but we have a few ideas and projects that we would like to implement that are a little more in line with the street outreach side of things that would create revenue and help the project to be a little more self-sustaining.
Yeah. It's hard because it's like a sense of urgency thing. It's not like you can plan ahead for when people are going to be needing.
Exactly. Right, exactly. As the situations arise, it's a very, you know, critical couple hours or days, you know.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Any questions?
And just on the, you know, on the topic of, you know, moving forward in the future, you know, we have lots of conversations about, you know, how we could potentially expand these programs and, you know, make it less so as a, you know, reactionary thing, as something where we can have systems in place to really truly help folks. Obviously, you know, those, like we said, are future projections, but we certainly are open to and would love to have the conversation of how we can expand these services to have even more impact than we already do. So, yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much for coming in early.
Of course. Thank you for having us. It's good to see everyone.
Thank you. So tomorrow we do have another full day, mostly presentation. In the afternoon, we'll start our deliberations and let you know from there.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Okay.
Refuge for Women will come tomorrow at 8:30.
Okay.
I know we already have.
Hopefully it should work on the same.
Yeah, we're having
Same time frame tomorrow. So, since we made it through that.
Motion to continue till tomorrow, is that how we've done it in the past? Is that what we did?
The agenda's, you know, does say adjourn, so.
Oh, it does? Adjourn
Yeah.
until tomorrow or something? I forget how that works.
Are there any member comments? miscellaneous things that we haven't chatted about yet?
Not on our end.
All right. All right. Then I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So tomorrow,
In a few minutes early.
somebody's coming.